Talked to one of so hey everybody. So I talked to.
Are you with vote for Ed or for Omar?
I'm voting for Omar. Oh yeah, totally Omar. Omar's been on the front row. I've seen him in Westmont area. I've seen him talking to different communities all throughout. He actually lives there.
I do a lot of work for Erin Cruz. She's running for Senate.
Erin Cruz?
Erin Cruz. She's all mad.
I'm supporting her too. She has my vote. Everybody, here we are at Los Alamitos. That's it. And I got my Make California Great Again trigger wall. Yes.
Oh, good. You got your Kate's Diamond t-shirt.
Yes, I've got. Yeah, let me see.
Forget this.
Yeah.
A victim of crime by illegal aliens.
Don't tell me about their dreams. Illegals don't have dreams. What they have is a rap sheet. Especially, I don't care if you're 5 years old. It's not my fault. I've had enough. Our compassion has been put on trial. And you're from Maywood. I know you don't live there now, but you're from it. Look what it's done to Maywood. And now look what a month ago they all got souped up in a.
You're corrupt.
Yeah.
Corruption.
Here's Marcello. I got Marcello. You want to hold Marcello? And Ruben. You know, there's so many deaths now. It's like nobody even cares. You know, like when Sandra Duran was murdered in North Hills, nobody cared. It was like just a little blip on the news. Nobody cared. I've had enough. Everybody, here we are in Los Alamitos. You need to do the same thing in your cities. Every city council, people should be bombarding them and say, break away.
Yes, sir.
You know, declare. This happened in when I was studying the Civil War. A lot of cities in the South actually became free cities. They broke away from the Confederacy.
Mm-hmm.
West Virginia broke away. East Tennessee almost did the same thing. We should start doing the same thing. We're not going to comply with this. That'd be nice. Yes, this is very
I
exciting.
wonder how much time they give us on the floor. 1 minute, 3 minutes.
I bet it's probably gonna be one.
So that's why.
Unless there's like not as many as
I only got a 1 minute figure.
Someone tell me what time it is?
4:45.
4:45.
And 15 seconds.
They're actually supposed to have a meeting right now, or at 5. They're supposed to have a special.
There's a budget meeting.
Yes.
Where they open the doors to anybody, which I recommended that we go in and get our seats.
Yes.
For the 6 o'clock session.
Everybody, go after your cities.
Are you just making your own film just for your own purposes?
I'm doing this. I have people who watch me too. We want to really foment a lot of this. We should do this in every single city in Orange County.
We inundated the city of Los Alamitos.
Good.
And the police department with thousands of tweets of support.
Good. Good. We really need to back them up because, like I said, with San Gabriel Valley, they just chickened out. Oh, I called ICE, by the way. I called ICE. Yeah. So have you guys memorized their number? It's 866. Someone.
Should I go get my sign?
Please, I asked you to bring it, remember? Bring the sign.
I was looking for my signs.
And we'll do what Cyrus did, but this time no one's going to punch me. Remember they attacked? Remember it was last May in Cudahy. Oh. They said, call ICE, and some creepy little soy boy punched him in the face. Very soy boy. And he was probably flimsy. Shameful. Hey, guy. Oh, and by the way, well, people are going to hear anyway. So I sued the city after they arrested me for no reason. Please do. I expect you to. And they're dragging their feet. The judge doesn't want to do a verdict.
Yeah, what happened in Huntington Park?
So I got arrested.
Hold on.
Right. Okay, go ahead, Guy.
I gotta get this right.
So this is Guy Cohen. He's an indie. I think you're center left, but I don't care. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it's okay. So whatever. So,
all right, so what's going on with Huntington Park?
Yeah, so I was arrested June the 6th, 2017, just for sitting there. They had no recourse to do so. And so I sat in a jail cell for 2 hours. They let me go ROR with a citation. So the two charges were disrupting a meeting and failing to follow a police officer's orders. It's a 148 is a grab bag, delaying, resisting. They find lots of ways to go after police with that. So, and just to give you try to shorten the timeline, 3 months later I show up, my name wasn't on the criminal calendar in Downey. 4 hours later, after leaving the courthouse and getting a certificate of appearance, I get an email from the lieutenant in charge of the case and said, we're issuing a notice of correction, show up October the 23rd. Okay. So I showed up October the 23rd, my name still isn't on the criminal calendar. So they're jerking my chain. This is abuse. What I finally did, I found out how to do a small claims filing, and I sued the city for harassment, for false arrest, for defamation, for violation of civil rights, emotional distress. I filed that on the 22nd. Lo and behold, the LA Times article wrote about a week and a half later saying that the DA got paperwork on November the 22nd. So Huntington Park Police Department had been giving me site notices to appear in Downey for the court hearing, but they didn't file the paperwork until late November. Now, why would they wait? Why would they do that? Bunch of heifers. Why would they do that? So I sued them, and they finally filed something, and I suspect that the DA wants to try to save face for these police officers, and so they wanted to charge me with 2 counts of resisting. They didn't charge me for disrupting a meeting. So I said, I'm filing a lawsuit February 22nd. I showed up at small claims, so that means the city can't have an attorney. That's a great thing about a small claims hearing. I showed up there. 14 witnesses arrived on my behalf, testifying that I had not disrupted the meeting, that I was actually as quiet as a church mouse, essentially. The DA even submitted through the mouth of the chief of police. They had the chief of police actually be the representative for the city. Not very smart. And he said, well, the DA declined to charge him for disrupting a meeting because everybody was disrupting the meeting. That's per the DA. And I said, look, he just gave you the case away. I was supposed to get a judgment early March. It's now been nearly 4 weeks. The judge had said 2 weeks. They're dragging their feet. I have the next pretrial hearing for the criminal matter April the 4th, and I have an attorney who actually wants to fight. I have been assigned 3 attorneys now. My first public defender said we're ready to go. Then I get an email that I had to be reassigned because there was a restructuring in the public defender's office. Then I showed up, it was early February the 9th, and then they said, nope, the bar panel determined that there's a conflict of interest. So then I got a 3rd attorney assigned to me, which means that I couldn't go full speed ahead on the case. I had to do another continuance. The lawyer asked for one. Now, why is that happening? So by the way, just so everybody knows, call ICE. I have already called ICE to ensure if any illegals want to show up here and start trouble, that ICE knows they're here. And so let me just wrap this other part up. So as far as Huntington Park is concerned, we're tightening the noose. They have numerous legal problems. I find out that the city clerk is getting a 6-figure salary and she shouldn't. The city council members are serving as consultants with the private contractors, and then they vote on the contracts for the firms that they're consulting for. The LA Times has done a few articles on this. And then add to that the planning commissioner is from Walnut Park. There's still allegations that city council members actually don't live in the city, like Karina Macias. She's from Walnut Park. It's looking like a Bell scandal shitstorm right now.
So you're waiting for a judgment, like to come in the mail?
Yes. 4 weeks later. And as far as the criminal matter is,
the criminal's gone.
No, it's still pending. You know, and I don't know why. I mean,
they just keep giving you court dates.
That's what they
show up and they say we don't know.
Well, they finally there's a criminal matter. The DA wants to pursue it, probably because they're just going through all this paperwork. The DA is backlogged apparently. Because I also pressed charges against a creep who hit me in the parking lot last November. The DA seems to be scrambling right now to catch up with a lot of paperwork. But regardless of what's going on, it's looking worse and worse for this corrupt city. All these sanctuary jurisdictions which have no law, no morals, they're just not used to people who punch back, and that's what we're doing.
So not to keep you much longer, but real quickly, what have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a couple months, so like what is Arthur Schaper up to right now?
So I went to Washington, D.C. last year for the Mother of All rallies. I was there in September. We've also been going to other city councils. This was before Senate Bill 54 was passed, so we took steps to fight against that as much as we could. 2 weeks ago, I was in Arizona helping out Trump supporters. We took down some Antifa thugs, actually, at Arizona State University. You're going to see an article about that. I've also been helping Travis Allen, who's running for governor. He's our best bet.
And what are you going to be doing the next few months? Where are you going to focus your attention?
I'm going to be trying to make sure that we get a military and a legal solution here in the state of California. I'm done with the political solutions. We have voter fraud that's rampant. We have more welfare queens, illegals, and public sector princes who are stealing all the votes. We need a military solution, I think, in this state to lock up Javier Becerra. I'm going to be putting a lot of pressure on that and hopefully doing whatever I can to make sure Republicans hold the House and can make sure that the MAGA agenda continues. Yeah, California is the battleground. 7 House seats are up for sale. Thanks a lot. You got it. Hello.
Are you going to see Arthur?
Yes, you are.
I'm Zareen.
Oh, you're Zareen. Hi, Zareen. Everybody, it's Zareen. Good.
Hey, guys.
So we got a lot to talk about.
Arthur, yeah, let's pull you over. We'll
right now?
really quick.
Sure,
Yeah,
let's
so
go.
We're live at 5:30. So.
Okay, let's go. Please.
This is Armando.
Hi, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm
This
good.
is It was featured in the LA Times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had seen,
Half of it's been debunked, by the way, and
I seen Archer down in San Diego.
yeah.
Oh.
Yes, I was there for the border rally.
Everywhere.
Do you mind? I'd like to have this featured in the shot. Is that okay?
You know, Arthur, we'll definitely grab beer a little bit, but let's just get
just
you
me?
for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You know the drill, right?
You got to go up and out.
Yeah.
Okay. Up and out like Willy Wonka. Shoot. I got this gift from my dad. It's a little tight.
You were very well prepared.
Yeah. Yes.
Let me do that for you.
Perfect.
And
Thank
then
you.
this one you can put it on your pocket.
That's fine. Make me look pretty.
I'm the guy, man.
There you
Do
go.
that.
Make me look good.
He's a very good photographer.
Yes, you are.
That's why they brought me to LA.
You know what you're doing. Okay. I will put this behind. Let me put this over here. Thank God
So
you're
Arthur,
here.
do you think? Because we were thinking maybe there'd
I
be
gotta
two
look at you.
groups of people here.
Yeah,
but
where
I
are
think it might just be
where are the
your
brown
group today.
supremacists? I don't know where they are. I really don't know.
Okay, so you're gonna just look at me, and Armando
Right.
will tell you when he's ready. So.
Okay. And then it'll be first name, last name, etc.
Yeah, well, just in case our producer ever
Can
sees
you
the
move
future, we
up?
want to
Oh, this
make sure
way?
they have
Yeah,
it.
that way.
Okay.
So, you know, I would say my big question, and I'll tell you while Armando's
Go ahead.
focusing.
Wait.
How many undocumented people are there in this city?
I like to
just
say-
the fact that none of them are here.
we're off record right now? I don't like undocumented illegal. People aren't pieces of paper. So I understand there's a journalism, you're imposed, you have to say it that way. You can't say illegal. Is that right?
Well, I'm just wondering how many people who would be affected by this vote taking place.
Okay. Well, my answer to that is we want to send a domino effect throughout the state. We want to encourage other cities. There are illegals pretty much everywhere. I spoke to I read up on El Dorado County, for example. They have illegals there, a smaller population perhaps, but you'll find it just about everywhere. Napa County, an illegal set fire to those fields, which led to that large that was an illegal who did that. Okay.
So my other big question is, if the city council, in fact, does vote against this state law today,
Yes.
the city's getting so much money from the state, right? To rebuild sidewalks, for
right.
streets. How are they going to get that from the state if they?
Okay. So my answer is this city and the county is actually pretty self-sufficient for starters. I think the state of California, especially Sacramento, they're the ones who are needing bailouts right now. You've got a lot of very solvent cities that have actually done very well economically. So this idea of we need a handout. I mean, California, the Sacramento government needs handouts. Are you kidding me? The idea, it's the other way around, it seems, in other parts too.
Okay, and I'm just going to pull up my what I've written so far because I want to make sure I have everything that we need for the 5:30, and then we can interview you a little bit longer, a little bit later. Stand by. Hang on one second. Do you have anything you want to ask really quick, Armando? You got anything?
Please get my hat, please. This is very special. I got it as a gift.
How many people or supporters of on your side?
That will be here?
Yeah.
Oh, the numbers are growing. I just met this gentleman here. There's a couple others. There are a lot of people. I mean, we're going to see more numbers. I expect at least 20
Okay, cool.
on our side.
Tell me
that I know
the
of.
number one reason why.
Are we going now? Okay.
The main number one reason that City Council is taking this action tonight.
Okay, what I see is, well, I know from gentleman, Mr. Kusamoto, he's recognizing that the state is practically bullying cities for starters, making them cooperate with unconstitutional state laws, and it's putting them in direct conflict with federal law. This is not acceptable. We are a republic, we are a constitutional republic, and they are asserting their right to ensure that the Constitution remains the supreme law of the land, and they're scuttling this problem by going, hey, Constitution comes first, Article 6, Section 2, we go with the Constitution as the supreme law of the land, and they're clearing out this problem.
I still want to circle back to that first question of if there are not that many people in this city that
Illegally.
would be affected.
Okay.
What's the point of? I mean, why is this significant? Even if they do this here.
Okay, first of all, everybody's affected by illegal immigration. An average of 25 Americans a day are killed. We're seeing jobs taken from Americans. We're seeing the quality of life eroded, our environment. Illegal immigration impacts everybody everywhere, even if there's a small illegal population in a city. Second of all, this is going to send a large message and encourage not just the 4.5 million people in this state who voted for President Trump, but the Democrats, Republicans, and Independents who oppose massively the sanctuary state law that was forced upon us. 80% of Americans oppose it. I've spoken to hardcore Democrats in heavily Hispanic areas like Cudahy, Huntington Park, even in Maywood. They are opposed to sanctuary or outlaw policies.
Anything anything else you want to tell us?
I want to say that it's about time we did this. I'm not only urging the city of Los Alamitos to follow through on this, have the courage, but I've urged my city, and I urge everybody watching to tell their city councils to disregard Senate Bill 54 and assert the supremacy of our country and our Constitution, the rule of law.
Do you know any other cities that plan on implementing this or taking the similar action?
So I can actually tell you, entire counties have already done it. Siskiyou County, Modoc County, I think, pardon me, El Dorado County certainly has. I also know Colusa County. Their boards of supervisors have worked with their county sheriffs, and they do not comply with Senate Bill 54.
Got it. Thank you, Arthur.
Thanks, Irene.
Appreciate you being out here and chatting with us.
Give me a second. I'm going to do some
B-roll?
Keep on.
Okay, so if you want to B-roll this, like I said, 25 a day are killed. Here's one boy, 13-year-old.
By illegal immigrants? By undocumented
Illegal
immigrants?
alien killed this boy. They found it out.
25 a day?
An average of 25 a day. When you look at the numbers, counting over one day after another, this is a statistic you can get from the Center of Immigration Studies, Numbers USA. One of the biggest problems we find is that the federal government and state governments hide that specific data. We even have prosecutors who don't care about the legal status. They just go after the crime. We do have a right to know about this. We have retired Border Patrol agents who've studied this, and they find that the vast majority of the federal crimes we're finding along the border by illegals. Yes. Including murder, rape, MS-13, drug trafficking, human trafficking.
So while he's in a bureau, what's next for you? What else can we expect this week?
I want to go after Torrance, my city, to make sure that they do the same thing that this city will do.
What's the likeliness? How are they responding?
Well, they did issue an official letter opposing Senate Bill 54 for starters. I feel that there's even more outrage, especially if this is successful, and I chance that it will. We have many people who are in Torrance legally, immigrants who are in the country legally, of Asian descent, of Hispanic descent, of African descent, and this is an affront to them that this has gone on. Our city is a balanced city, Torrance, and it's my feeling that...
I grew up in Torrance, actually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
No kidding.
I'm West Side.
Oh, really? I went to Torrance High.
Oh,
Go Tartars.
What year did you graduate?
I graduated in 99. Okay.
Wow.
So very excited for that. I think we really will be successful here. And the other thing is I'm going to be urging extensively. I'm a little frustrated right now. I want our Attorney General, filing a lawsuit is great. I want arrests. I want Javier Becerra. I want Jerry Brown, Gavin Newsom in a jail cell, along with Libby Schaaf. And I want that to scare the sand out of every other elected official who has tampered with or has promoted these unlawful policies. We're waiting for the door to open, so.
Awesome. We are going to feed this back, make sure it airs.
Let me get that mic on here.
Thank you for your time.
Amen. I'm very excited today. I'm more excited than I was on election day. I really am. This is good. So, folks, we're kicking butt. We're going to make sure that this works out. And if you want to talk to me or others, that would be really good. Thank you. Yeah!
This might be key. Los Alamitos is a charter city.
So is Torrance, actually.
Oh, okay. So if it's not a charter city, then it's a common law city.
Okay.
Is that right? Is that
I don't know enough about the municipal laws.
Yeah.
That's a good question to bring up. Yes, we are. I don't want California to turn into Mexico.
Exactly.
Even the Mexicans here don't want it to turn into Mexico.
I'm Mexican. I don't want this to be Mexico. If I want to live in Mexico, I'll go to Mexico.
Yeah, that too. Where Muslim refugees killing
the place down right now.
But you have to look at the bigger picture. Like
Yes.
I was just saying right now.
Oh, nice shirt. Let's see the shirt.
They need to get rid of the middle class to implement socialism, communism, and that's what
Absolutely.
the Democratic Party is doing.
That's what they are doing. That's what they've been doing since '65.
They don't want people self-reliant.
They want the handout so they can have your vote.
Californians need to wake the fudge up.
Yes, wake up.
Because look at our gas tax, $3.50 a
I was in
gallon.
Arizona yesterday, $2.29.
$2.29?
$2.29. I just cried. I said, this isn't fair.
Oh no, I was in Nevada. I was in Vegas.
It shouldn't be that high.
It shouldn't be that high.
Because if it's
Are we ready?
We have tax, it's death in California.
Yeah, we are.
Death. Oh wow, this is a little cubby of a place now, isn't it?
So this city council wants something.
I want an agenda.
They have an agenda here. They want a fourth sector.
That's there. Remember, there are two meetings. There's a special meeting, and then there's a regular meeting. So there's two. Keep in mind, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll sit over here. Are these seats being saved, or? Are you saving these seats?
Not at all.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Well, actually, I want to be more towards the middle so I can get the whole hearing. All right, sorry. Okay, good. Gracie, we'll sit together. Wow, they're going to have to get a bigger boat.
Where are you from?
Torrance.
Torrance. Breeze?
California.
The Breeze?
Oh, no. I'm independent. I'm my own journalist. Daily Breeze is going to run out of... They've just fired all their photographers, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh, yeah. They don't have it. Corrupt. Here's a seat. I'll move. I'm sorry. Just give me a second.
Jerry.
So I've got Ruben.
Okay. He's up there, right?
Raphael has Marcello.
Yeah, these are.
This is great. Look at this. This is a tiny little place, isn't it?
Take that one.
Wow.
Tiny little town.
How many people live in Los Alamitos?
12,000.
Well, this is a place to start. All it took was one shot on the Battle of Lexington and Concord. That's all it took. Look at this, folks. Here we are. We're raising heaven here. They should do it. Hey, Councilman Kusamoto.
I will be the greatest president that God ever created.
Hey, Councilman Kusamoto. Okay, gotta be regular order here. He was the one on TV. So.
He's the one who brought the item forward.
Good. Oh, someone's telling you this is the part when some old lady yells at you and flips you off. Well, everybody's pretty polite.
She's saving it for someone.
Do you think we could like put some of these reserved away? Do we really need all of them reserved? This is great. And they have In God We Trust. We know where this city's heart is laid. This is very good.
Hey, Larry, how are you?
Fine, how you doing?
Good.
You can thank her partly for that.
For making it happen?
She used to be on the city council.
Hello, ma'am. Yay. Yes, this is why. Either we're one nation under God or we're one nation gone under. I keep losing everything. I even got my flags there right there. I got a flag. Yay. These colors don't run.
Yeah.
So they're having a budget meeting right now.
Did you sign in on the podium to speak?
For not yet, no.
You got to sign in on the podium to speak.
Okay.
That's what I said.
I just want to make a note for people that might be here for the 6 o'clock. This is a budget working session that will go on for an hour until we start. Thank you.
Right.
Really boring.
They gotta get rid of the other stuff.
Show us the money.
Great. We'll go ahead and go on to preliminary general fund budget for fiscal year 2018-19. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. On behalf before you tonight, this is a kickoff to the budget process. We really started at the last meeting with our big year.
Okay, so it might be a little boring, folks, so just hang in there, okay?
2018 preliminary budget for the general fund revenues and expenditures. We reviewed this material with the budget standing committee last week. We received feedback that we incorporated into the staff report, and we will go through a presentation tonight. Maria Luisa will go through revenues and expenditures, answer any questions that the city council may have. And so with that, I want to introduce our interim director of administrative services, Maria Luisa.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So tonight, I'll go over the 2018-19 preliminary budget for the general fund. So the report in front of you, as Brett mentioned, it already has gone through some revisions. We met with the budget standing committee, and under their direction, we were able to close down the gap from over 100,000 to 29,530, which is what is reported on tonight's agenda. So we'll review the preliminary budget and go over the revenues and expenditures, and we're seeking for direction to discuss closing the budget gap throughout the process. So this is what it looks like. We have operating expenditures over our operating revenues, and that's what creates the budget gap of 29,530. Some underlying assumptions there is that we continue to have the budget savings from 2017-18, the 6 positions. So So that creates $400,000 in savings, and we had adopted that back in 16-17 for the 17-18 budget. We also have the vacant position for the recreation director, so that continues in the 18-19. And we also, coming forward from the matrix organizational assessment report, we have adopted 2 full-time positions into the budget of 2018-19. So you'll see that in the budget. So that's the underlying assumptions in there, just coming forward.
Oh, you recorded my statement.
So we go into 18-19 with general fund revenue forecast. As you can see here, we're comparing it to the estimated actuals for 17-18. The preliminary budget is expected to increase for 18-19. Expected to increase by $282,000. The major contributors for that are in this descending order is property taxes by $177,000. Then there's licenses and permits for $137,000, and then transient occupancy tax and SAT, and that's by $66,000. So property taxes are up by $177,000, and since 2012 we've continued to see the assessed value of property. It's risen, and the city has seen at least 3% increase every year since 2012. And so we use HCL, our consultant, and they have provided us with a 4.1% growth rate. And that's really what's into the budget for 18-19, and you see that increase of 177. 29% of our revenues come from property taxes, so that's why it's the major contributor. And
there's no microphone on at this time.
The type of effect it has of 177.
So on the user utility tax,
is there a way we can have him put the microphone on?
Lower than.
Is there a way to get the microphone on?
Yes.
Her mic?
All of them.
His mic is on. The mic is on now. That mic is on. They all have mics.
Pretty quiet.
Maybe they need to adjust the level. You could mention it at the break.
Okay.
And that's really the
Yeah, her mic is on. It's just turned down low.
It's a little positive.
Thank you.
Is there a way to turn the mic up?
As soon as they're quiet, they'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. So for the next largest one is licenses and permits, and for that one, there's a large increase of 137,000, and that's primarily. So we are anticipating for them to commence on the hotel development next month, and it seems reasonable for us to include a quarter, so that would mean that it would open April 1st, 2019. And this was direction from the Budget Standing Committee, and it was reasonable to include that. Also, so those are the 3 major contributors for the increase in the revenue. There's also a decrease in the revenues from other agencies, and that's just due to a one-time police distribution that was received in the prior year. Everything else is within 20 to 30,000, and it's reasonable. But if you have any questions before I go on to expenditures,
If there's an issue of interest, like maybe having them defy Senate Bill 54, that'd be nice.
From the police fund that we got last year, that's not, are there any other grants, or is this something we forecasted last year that we knew we were getting?
Yes, it was a state-funded grant, and we knew it was coming, but as of my last talk with the captain, there doesn't seem to be any anticipated grants coming forward, at least for 18-19. But we will continue to engage them, and so
we're assuming the hotel is for the last quarter, correct?
yes. So April 1st, yeah, April 1st through June 30th.
Where are they now?
As of the latest, they are supposed to start construction on April 1st, like next week.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Stephen. That's the latest. So I'll move over to expenditures. So as you see here, we have an increase of 630,000. Out of the 630,000, 547 of it is due to salaries and benefits. So this is a big overview. That's the largest component and the reason for the increase there. And it's really because we added 2 positions in the recreation and development services. There was 1 recreation coordinator and 1 management analyst in this department. There's also a lot of vacancy savings in the police department. In the last budget workshop and the projected, we talked about having significant police savings for 2017-18 as there were 4 vacancies, and not for the whole year, but throughout the year.
As far as the sound is concerned, folks, just take a deep breath. This is the way it is going to be.
So we have full staffing budgeted for in 2018. And
the question, what's the feasibility that they're going to be fully staffed the entire year since the year starts in 3 months?
Yeah, that was another discussion we were to have with the budget workshop with the planning committee, just realistic timelines of that.
There definitely is a potential for vacancy savings in the police department in fiscal year 18-19. So as we talked about, the potential for closing the gap the rest of the way. We haven't included any of those savings in the budget right now. It's full staff, but there would be to incorporate some of those savings. Just conservatively
So out of the 547, as I mentioned, that was the increase for salaries and benefits. 284,000 is due to pensions. It's not exclusive. It's out of the 547, but 284 is due to pensions, and 200 of that 284 is due to the unfunded accrued liability, which is the UAL payment, which is the payment due to healthcare for our retirees. So that we have to pay regardless, and it's an increase that's been going on.
They're talking about pension issues here in the state of California, here in Los Alamitos. Pension issues are looming very large for a lot of cities.
Fiscal year 2020, so that's another increase right there. I'll highlight the departments that have significant variance or a material variance. City manager, city clerk, they have an increase there, and it's due to some salaries and benefits. There's a 3rd part-time receptionist included in that budget, and that is $15,000. Retirement alone for this department is $14,000, and there's also in 2018-19 we have an election, so there's increased costs for their budget of $11,000 and codification of $8,000. For police, as I mentioned before, they have some salary savings in 17-18, so we're just assuming full staffing in 2018-19, and that's an increase of $312,000. Out of the $312,000, $177,000 of that is due to retirement, so the increase for that department is $177,000. And aside from that, $35,000 is due to the Westcom contract. For development services, they have an increase of $285,000. That really is mostly comprised of $204,000 for salaries and benefits. That has to do with the management analyst. That full-time position is in this department. And also there's $54,000 allocated for pensions in this department. Aside from that, there's $33,000 in building inspections. As there's more permit revenue, there's also an increase in that development services expenditure there. And there's also $23,000 in utilities and $24,000 for maintenance in the pump station.
Is that addition to the pump station, is that a one-time cost, or is that from now on?
It hasn't been maintained for about over 20 years, and it's very significant, but I believe now it needs more maintenance. And I don't know, Stephen, if you want to expand on that, or...
You'll see this maintenance reflected in this budget, but you also see a potential replacement in the CIP when it comes to you. We're looking at replacing the whole thing, but this is just for maintenance. If we end up replacing the whole thing in the next fiscal year, we'll be able to adjust this money.
They're talking about finances for the year. They're talking about the pension issues right now. Every city is struggling with pension issues in this state. CalPERS is going bankrupt. CalSTARS is going bankrupt.
The assumption is there that there's full staffing in 2018-19, particularly I'm talking about the police department. So there's some loss of vacancy savings when we're comparing it to the 17-18 estimated actuals. And it also includes 2 new positions in the Recreation and Development Services Department. Throughout the budget workshop, and in April and May, we'll go over the budget overview. And for April 16th, actually, we'll have a budget overview to go through each department and see how those dollars are used to serve the community. here I have a chart of the historical and projected pension costs. As we've discussed, pensions is a huge factor for the increase in expenditures, and it will continue to have a steep increase. As you can see here, from 2009, actually it's very blurry, but from 2009 to 2015, our pension costs remained relatively flat, about $1 million. But CalPERS had a shorter amortization period that they adopted, and this would take effect for 2015-16. And so it has, what that really translates to us, it means more pension costs, and an increase in pension costs. So when we're talking about 2018-19, you see, I said that it was a 284,000 increase. That means it's a 1.8 million that we're paying there. Just 4 years ago, we were paying $1 million, so that's 800,000 increase. And then looking 4 years forward to 2023, we have a 1.2 million increase there. So it goes even steeper. So you can see we're almost at 3 million at the end of 2022-23. So that's really, if we're looking at 2018-19, which is what the budget that we're looking at, we're halfway point. We've already increased 800,000 in 4 years, and we're expecting to increase 1.2 million in the next 4 years. And that pretty much concludes my presentation on 2018-19 budget.
Let me bring it back to the council. Let me ask the ad hoc committee, when you guys are going through and you see that decreased pension curve, when you think about years past next year, what would be the idea? It seems like we're heading for a cliff, that we are going to have to make some hard decisions. We're looking at potentially fully staffing up, and we're going to have a matrix review of the organization coming up in the normal part of the meeting, but it seems like we really do have a bad structural problem. And the only other slide that you could put up there to show it against would be the surplus that we have of $7 to $8 million as we draw down to zero before we hit ground. And if you look at that $1.8 million per year, then that would be about 4 or 5 years away. So probably in that committee, I'm just curious, do you guys have any thoughts on the next step?
We have cash as well as analysis that shows that like you were talking about, the growth in the expenditure over the time period from 2022-23, and then we have a corresponding chart that shows the reduction of that. So we will be discussing options, as you mentioned. None of them, as Councilmember Asselberg, none of them are popular, none of them are positive solutions, but there is something that has to be done for a long-term solution. So we will bring information to the standing committee and to the council as we go through the budget process and as we go through this year. We need to do it now.
The one slide that you showed that it actually hits up to $3 million, which is labor pension. That ends up being for every person that we have.
We need more chairs in here.
Paying almost a whole other person to be retired. So for 25 people, we're paying 50 people to be retired, and it just seems like we probably need to really start engaging the community. I know the chief, he was here. When we started looking at police issues, we started having
more of our
engagement with the community. We would meet in the different districts of the city and talk to the different areas and just let them know what's going on, hand out information.
I'd be kind of bummed if Orange County people didn't show up.
We need to really talk about that engagement with the community.
We're standing up to the empire.
Yeah, we're putting together a packet of public relations type material to educate the public as to the standing committee. We're going to start with the standing committee. Take this material that we're going to research, take it to them, and take it to the whole council, and take it out.
Plumley.
Mayor, I think one of the things that we would have recommended is as soon as we get through this budget season.
Elsa and Genevieve are already here, folks. And there's Dean Gross. I already called ICE. Tried to anyway. They're getting a larger call volume.
So the pension obligation bonds would have to actually start.
I called ICE, but I was able to get in touch with somebody yesterday, last week, because of that creepy illegal appointed to a state commission, Kevin De Leon. So I called ICE about that. They all got a bunch of calls about it. And I tried to call ISIM up today, but there's a lot of people already calling.
Westminster, all these other cities have had to do this.
I was busy.
You know, they did it reactionary. We know now, we can see we're heading down a path unless we decide we're going to cut back services, we're not going to get there from here.
If we were heading down that path as an option to educate the community and get out in front of it and proactively discuss the need to do that, to pay off the pension liability, getting out in front of it, paying it off, and having long-term fiscal sustainability, that's one option. And there will be other options that we need to discuss with the public, and starting with the council, and starting with the city.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
I just think we also need to engage the community as soon as possible with all the options. So at least they've got some volume and some ownership of it, so it just doesn't matter. We're doing the sales tax, then that's, you know, I want them to see the process of what we're going to do and all the different options and why whatever we choose is truly the best option for us. So I think early engagement is best.
So if I can, you know, I'm really opposed to the sales tax and even the pension bond, but seem to be open to that. But the thing that we really get 100% of is our utility tax. You know, is there some analysis on the city manager? Is there some analysis that says that we can actually, you know, offset any kind of a 1 cent sales tax with an increase in utility tax, put it to the voters like we should, and see really where things, you know, lie with that. Either one has to go to the voters. But utility tax is the money we get. It doesn't go to the State Board of Equalization and be handed back to us. It just actually is here.
Yeah, I think it can be considered as part of the package of the commission. It's not a standalone solution because that budget gap that we have to close in the long term is too significant for just an increase in utility users tax off sales tax, but perhaps it could be a piece of it.
But okay, so sales tax at 1 cent equates to how much even just in now dollars? What's that?
It would be approximately $3 million at 1% sales tax increase.
$3 million. And then the utility tax won't come close to that. A utility tax increase, and it's across the board, right? Utility tax increase.
Yeah, it would depend on what is done, but
well,
if there's some sort of an offset.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So what's the analysis that says? You know, if we look at what the traditional consumption is, right? We're going to get new homes put in, and it's going to be more consumption. Hotel goes in, we're going to get, you know, utility consumption there. What's that going to be, and where's the analysis for that? I'd really like to see that before we, you know, go down this path of saying the sales tax is the only way to get this.
Yeah, I think it's fair to put that in the package of everything that we've discussed.
Okay, so please, when you do that, make it as comprehensive as possible.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
I think it's important that we get the 10-year slide. I wish we had the slide of that Brett developed that we all got a copy of. Kind of self-explanatory, even though it's very bleak. You know, it's people have to know that this is not well, it is a projection, but this is the reality as we see it, based upon how things are now and where they're going if we don't do anything. I think that's in line with what you're saying, Maggie. That's where we need. That's where the education needs to start. This potential deficit is our problem. How do we get out of it? And as the Mayor Pro Tem said, you know, we do need to get it out to the community and get their opinions. We're going to do their work. Oh, jeez. No magic solution.
Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe. Go back to England.
Yeah.
See, numbers are over his head. He deals with sticks and pebbles.
Staff and the committee did a really
Boy,
good
what a
job
loser.
to break even. I think we're talking about a bigger issue. And I think as we have our budget workshops to the very end of June, or we have to pass the budget for next year, we should continue
This is gonna be so much fun.
And I guess City Manager, based on what
I gotta behave,
I'd
though.
like you to think about putting together maybe a community workshop. You know, I look at things like 2 to 3 years down the road, and I want to be
People are saying, what's the troll doing here? What's the troll doing here? He doesn't have a life, and he doesn't have a job.
So that 2 years from now, if we have to do something draconian, which hopefully we never will, at least we have engaged the community, got their involvement, and went through that process. So if you can bring back
Let me check what's going on outside.
Maybe a community workshop, and maybe you can set up things within different areas of business within the city where council members, or maybe I'll go and talk a little bit about it, just get people together, and then we'll just have flyers handed out just to educate.
I'm just gonna check out. I'm not even gonna leave the room.
need for update to be able to help us make a better decision.
So what happened at Huntington Park? You lost your lawsuit?
Let me see.
You lost your lawsuit. Loser. Loser.
Let's see where they went.
Loser. Get a job.
With the budget standing committee, we're working closely to close that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to add?
Find them?
Yeah. I was looking at lots of people.
Are they having a powwow out there? What's going
think
on?
so.
Probably.
I was trying to see who's out there.
That was our only agenda item for this special meeting. We'll go ahead and close this meeting at 5:30, and we'll come back for a regular meeting at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me go talk to them really quick.
Go talk to Nellie.
No. I mean, the microphones are too quiet. I promise. Sorry about that. Okay. Who's the one in charge? Quick. It's just a quick tech question. The microphones are on. It's really quiet. I mean, like I have people watching. Is there a way to turn up the volume?
I'll check.
Please. I mean, we have some people who are like barely hearing it. Hey, Dean. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, Jean-Pierre. Come on, vous. Oh, very excited.
How's it going? I know, this is awesome.
This is really good. This is the first. I've also filed a request with my city, Torrance. You should do it in PV or where are you now?
I'm in Sherman Oaks now.
Okay, so you're still in LA, so
Yeah.
good luck. But we should go to one city after another and say, defy it, just like what they did.
Yeah.
There were free cities in the South. There were sections of the South that broke away from the Confederacy
No, I agree.
after the wall broke us. So we'll do the same thing.
No, it's unconstitutional. It's illegal.
It is. It's unconstitutional. It's illegal. And
Give me a seat.
what is that? Hey.
You got me a seat when we were out at when we were out in
They're all
Riverside.
taken. They're all taken now. I don't think I was in Riverside though.
I'm so glad you're here.
Hey, Robin. Yeah. This is very exciting. Hi, how are you?
You got the right hat.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I know. This is great. Oh, we did. Oh my God.
The nicest political office too was the Democrat, that cinema.
Oh, right. They actually gave us more attention and respect than Jeff the Flake.
They interact with
Yes, they did.
respectfully.
It was. You want to know why? Because Cinema's running for U.S. Senate.
Okay.
That's the only reason why. Jeff the Flake's retiring, and John McCain's going to die too. So.
It is so. What do we do about these elected officials like Jeff Flake
Okay.
all around himself?
Oh, I know. And no guns. There was a federal ordinance against a firearm.
Why? And then all the gas guzzling politicians that want us walking.
Yeah.
This has got to stop.
Who's?
What's his name?
Oh, with Oh, real name is Robert Hernandez. His name is Robert Hernandez.
I disagree with the police assessment.
Of what happened to me?
That female absolutely assaulted you.
Oh yeah, she did. I know. And then he gave me some.
And the thing is, it was right in front of the policeman she did it.
I know.
And we did
So
nothing.
the consolation prize is Tubby got taken off. So
What happened to him?
I'm still finding out. I don't have the information yet. But what I've seen the last 3 times, like what happened at Lincoln Heights, another one got hauled off. We were in Santa Ana. Hey Heifer. He's one of. Hi Heifer. He's one of the heifers. He's a heifer. See, that guy is so weird though. He But I have no interest in raising a fuss. I'm very polite, even though they're heifers.
We want to be respectful and taken politically seriously here in this chamber.
We want to be, to me it's beyond that, yeah. Legally, morally, constitutionally.
Yes.
We are in a civil, this is civil war tape we're doing.
Catch on tonight and spread to
Yes. Have you talked to your city council in Upland yet? I've already sent a letter to Torrance.
I saw your letter.
I sent one to Torrance. West Covina would probably go on board.
To be the beginning of many.
They voted against it, and then they can declare we're not going to comply because the feds have more money. They can print their own money. The state has no money. I was just talking to Zoreen, Adam G, and she's like, because it's going to be like a reverse sanctuary thing. So if cities don't comply, they'll cut the money. I'm like, Sacramento doesn't have money. They're going in debt like crazy. So This is going to be really something. Hey, Elsa. And your son, he just got out of school and everything. And okay, but glad someone could take care of him. That's good. Yes. Nice to see you. Keeping my. Yeah, this is a great hat. I'm glad you like it.
I've got a half a dozen of them.
Make California great again? Oh, this is beautiful. This is so exciting. I'm really excited. Just keep an eye on it, please. Okay, yeah. Okay.
All we need is the same amount of votes of people in California that voted for Trump to vote for the Republican governor, and we're in.
And we win. I know. Everyone's got to get off their butts and vote for Travis. Hey, Dean, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very excited. This is your city, isn't it? You live here? All right, so this is good. Let's get this going. Oh, of course. You used to be a city council member here, right?
No.
Oh, she's over there. Okay.
I met you up in Upland, and then I saw you at the Long Beach at the Assemblyman.
Oh.
Yes.
When we were high.
Yeah, that was some time ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Was that when we went after Pat O'Donnell? When we were following him around in the park? Because I've done a couple things in Long Beach.
No. The one in Long Beach was with, I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head. Yeah.
Was it a city council meeting or?
No, I think it was the California Assemblyman.
Okay, we went after Pat O'Donnell. We followed him around. Yeah, Janet's been doing a lot of stuff there in Long Beach too.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Why are you going to the city?
I'm sorry, sue the city.
What's the
Oh my God! Did you just say that?
No, we're gonna do it. Okay, so why don't you wait? You can certainly videotape that. It's also on our channel. Okay. All right.
Okay. So, were you just on Fox News earlier today?
It certainly was. Yeah.
Okay, nice to see you. Thanks for introducing this. It's about time we got some law and order back in this. Get some law and order back here in this country, in this state. Hey. All right, come on over. Hi, Omar. Don't touch me. Wow, they're already getting violent here. Please, keep your hands to yourself.
He bumped into you. Why didn't he be rude?
I know. Why is he being rude? He bumped into me. Thank you. They don't believe in borders. That guy over there doesn't believe in borders. He touched me. Please keep your hands to yourself. I know you don't like borders, but you're going to have to get used to it. We're actually reasserting it. Okay. So what's out there?
Doctor, have you got a job yet?
Have
you got a job yet?
What? You need the job, dude.
You had the job?
You're still wearing that shirt like you wore like a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody, now he doesn't have a job, so please get him some want ads. I tried to give him
a job yet?
I gave him an application online.
Have you had a
and
job?
he didn't take it, maybe because he doesn't speak English. Excuse me. I got to come over here.
Well, I'm sorry.
Nice to meet you. Please vote yes for that, please. Excuse me. Okay. I have a feeling someone's going to scarf the seat if I don't stay in it. Okay, right.
Yeah, I think this would be after that. You know what?
There she is. She's one of the council members. We already got police here. I bet they rarely have police in here.
Question for you.
Yes.
Okay, wait. So it was just sweet for to promote the guy to get a job, but I have to ask you. So I remember reading the LA Times article.
Oh yeah.
Are you employed?
No, what do you mean I employed yet? Remember I told you about that article. Haley Branson, by the way, first of all, her mentor is a notorious anti-Semite named Helen Thomas. I asked her repeatedly, was Branson, why she looks up to somebody who said the Jews should get the hell out of Palestine. She looks up to a woman like that, Helen Thomas. She ended up losing her journalism career over that. By the way, I am a journalist, I'm a writer, and I'm an activist. Okay, so this was a big problem. I didn't realize that she was going to do a hit piece. I was very honest with Haley, but she was more interested in shaming me. She actually shamed others too. It's a really unfortunate thing. Here's the other thing too. You can look at what Haley Branson also wrote about the North State community.
I want to talk about you.
Okay. What else did you want to talk about?
No, I just want to know. I didn't know you were employed.
I know. I'm a journalist. I'm a writer. I'm an activist. In fact, people were even helping me.
How do you?
Ads are part of it. People also give me donations to do what I do. Absolutely. People like what I'm doing because I give them a voice. A lot of people would like to be able to do what I'm doing, but they have other commitments.
Yeah.
Some of them have to deal with family commitments. I'm able to do that.
May I ask? someone who's an activist like you are, where you frequently go from place to place.
I went to Arizona 2 weeks ago. Somebody provided all the funding for that.
Yeah, like how does that work? Like,
I have PayPal, for example. People donate to that. I had a GoFundMe because I'm able, like when I went to the Mother of All rallies last September, I was there to report online. I also went as a lobbyist, essentially. I went to many of the House Reps' offices, also the U.S. Senate, speaking out against illegal immigration. Yeah. So that's what I do. I'm kind of worried with all
I had no idea it was profitable. I thought,
yeah, absolutely. And a big
place.
And you see, once again, the LA Times article had a lot of problems with it, for starters. By the way, they have people who are at the top of the LA Times. They've been accused of sexual harassment. They've been forced to resign. Have you followed that?
No, I was just wondering about you. I wasn't.
So, I mean, I'm telling you my part. I was really surprised going back to Haley briefly. I mean, her mentor was Helen Thomas, the same Helen Thomas who said the Jews should get the hell out of Palestine. I don't think anybody with any journalistic integrity should look up to someone like that as a mentor. I tried to talk to her last week to explain to me why she looked up to Helen Thomas and had her as a mentor. She ran away from me.
I just want to know how you were doing.
But I'm doing really good. Hey, Noe. This guy doesn't have a job. He's like projected.
Ask him if he has a job.
Ask him why he's been wearing that shirt for the last month.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Noe.
Because I have a job.
Hi, Noe. No, you don't have a job. You live at your mother's house. Look at it, everybody.
Is your dad still paying your rent?
This is it right here.
Is your dad still paying your rent?
Hey, Noe.
Is your dad still paying your rent? Or is that fake news according to you?
So tell us, why do you still live at your mother's house? We know you live at that house in Westminster. So we know you didn't buy that house because that's stolen land. You need to give that land back right there. So we have Noe here who doesn't have a job. Now he still lives at home with his mom, and he harasses his daughter because his daughter is put in a lot of those dangerous situations. That is child endangerment. Everybody needs to report on that guy. Noe, say hi. Everybody say hi.
Stop living up to taxpayers.
So tell me.
Stop living up to taxpayers. Get a job.
Why don't you have a job? Why are you here?
Get a job.
Is that all you know? Is that like your Indian indigenous language? Get a job? Get a job, get a job. Get a job, get a job. Get a job, get a job. Come on, you can do better than that. Get a job.
Why don't you have a job?
You gotta get a job now. I'm sure you could. You would be a great circus performer.
You pay taxes?
I think you would be a great circus dog. You've got the look. We just need to give you a bone. I know. Why do you have a problem with people who don't look like you? You harass black people. You harass other Hispanic people. Why do you harass, and then Asian people too? I just don't understand that. Everybody, it's Noe. Say hi to Noe, everybody. Or what did you say to him, Gracie? You might need to give him that lecture again about how to treat other people.
No, I don't.
Oh, why? So, okay, she doesn't have a job, so I don't have a job? What? Okay.
What was that supposed to be?
I know, what's that supposed to mean?
You leave for a year. Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, I gotta hear this. And she ran away.
There's always a big turnover. Yeah.
So look at this. How many police do we have here? Thank you for your service. 2. See, as soon as that brown supremacist showed up, the police have to show up. Every time. It's terrible.
What are they recognizing you for?
Okay.
The bus?
Okay. I'm just gonna give a fat few words. Okay, good. They got the seats here and everything. Hey, Greg, you made it.
Taking California back to Democratic pigs.
Making California great again.
Communist.
See, I brought the hat. I told Joe. She put out the information about this and everything. So this is really exciting.
I love it.
This is really good. Glad you're here. So let's go after our own cities and make sure that they do the same thing. Okay. Let me take a few photos. I have a quick question. Do I have to sign in to speak?
We're going to put a sign there, but usually we don't.
Okay, so it's okay. Just who wants to speak, come on up. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. RG, where's your flashlight? RG, where's your flashlight? Where's your flashlight? This woman, she puts her flashlight in front of little children and abuses them. Why are you running away?
Okay, relax.
She harasses animals too.
Did you ask him to turn up the sound?
I did. Did you hear it?
Yeah, and I see they're testing.
They're fixing it now.
Louder.
A little louder, just so I can record it. Okay.
Well, we need louder.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Everybody's gonna have to be very quiet.
Yes, sure. Okay.
If they open the door, you can hear the traffic go by.
I bet. This reminds me
If
of.
it's a siren.
This reminds me of Glendora. They have a
They have
small.
a small one too.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they've been talking about bulldozing this place.
They're gonna start over, make a bigger one.
Fixing it up, bulldozing it, and doing something else.
I'm really glad we came early.
Oh yeah.
I knew we got here just before 4:30, so that worked out really well. Shoot, I didn't lose my shirt, did I? Okay. I got, this is little Ruben here.
Ronnie said to us, now what happened to his YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask him. Shoot, I gotta ask him about that. Nowie, that the brown supremacist over there, his channel got deactivated because of routine harassment. Like what he did to Chanel and you at that school board meeting. That was total harassment.
I still have that video.
That's a good video. You should share that. I'll upload it.
Okay.
Please. So you really have to call me names, really? Yeah, that's really funny. This is Ruben, everybody. Okay, 13-year-old boy.
Hey, Ronnie, he's letting me now in your live stream.
We're famous. Man, the police really had to come out in full arms here.
Oh, he does. Oh, okay, good. Good, that's good. We can't have little parties over there anymore.
Did you? I hope I was pretty calm. I want to go after that reporter, you know, the one for the LA Times. I mean, I've gone after. When I was talking to her, I was talking about Haley, the one who wrote the report for the LA Times. You know, her number one mentor is an anti-Semite, and she has it, you know, displayed all over her personal website. And I go, would you please tell me why you look up to someone like that? And she still won't tell me. Suddenly, journalists don't like being investigated in turn, I guess. Okay, and those seats are taken, so yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, there's somebody there too.
Yeah, I know. And when I
It's a full house. They might need to. They might even move it. Maybe they should do that.
That seat's taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a laptop on there. Someone's putting this up.
They're so glad I'm gone now.
I don't know where they would move it to.
Is there a theater at all in the city, like a community theater?
They probably could have moved somewhere like a theater.
Yeah. Is there a
school auditorium?
Is this like a? Does it have a county library in the city? Is that what they have?
I don't know. It's a smaller city. It's the second smallest city in Orange County.
After Villa Park, right? Villa Park's the smallest.
High school, that's over here up the street. They probably should have held it there because, but then maybe make it a special meeting instead.
Okay, please vote for 12A. Please support 12A. Sounds like they're screaming out there. Maybe they'll get arrested. Shame on them. They don't know how to behave in public or something. Let me go out and really check. Just make sure nobody gets hurt.
California great.
Yes. I can't wait. I know. How about it starts when we start arresting all the illegals?
Arrest the illegals.
Yep.
You want to sit down with your short and ugly? Doesn't mean you're an indigenous.
Yeah, it's up.
Can you not cuss me?
Yeah.
I'm asking you to
The
not
bitch started.
cuss.
Did you talk to
There,
her?
you just did it again.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Fire hazard. I know.
Did you talk to the lady right there?
Jeez. Wow, we got a lot of people out here.
Any agenda? And we're trying to register, picked it up. And
Wow, this is exciting.
So that's why.
Okay, so this is what's happening outside, folks. Okay. Hey. Okay. It's good to see cops waving instead of arresting. So, all right, I'm going to give them a break. I'm going to go this way. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Okay, thanks.
Just talk to her and
Give me 2 seconds.
for Tyler.
That's a good idea.
Well,
All right.
volunteer. Volunteer. She's not
Hello, everybody. Okay, so we got a lot of people out there. We got some priests who are singing their songs. That's something that's often bothered me is how these quote-unquote religious people, they like pervert the gospel and they make it sound like we should have open borders and let people go wherever, and that's just messed up.
College.
They're not priests.
They're not, yeah.
They're what you would call maybe a pastor or something like that.
Yeah. Some of them are wearing collars though.
Inside stuff, nor do I want it.
I don't like that. You know, perverting the gospel.
That's so they could charge more for weddings.
Oh, sure.
You're gonna wear the collar, they could charge an extra couple hundred.
And then you have like some of the Catholic churches, they rely on government money to bring in those refugees. That's not okay. What city am I in? Ladies and gentlemen, I am in Los Alamitos, California, one of the smallest municipalities in Orange County. But what they don't have in size, they make up for in courage. They are ready to take the step to ensure that this becomes the first of many municipalities that will restore and reassert the constitutional authority of the oath they took. They're not going to comply with Senate Bill 54. They are going to comply with federal immigration laws. And I welcome them for everything they're doing. Hi, crazy lady. That's the one there who goes after people just because they don't believe in paying a higher gas tax. That woman she's absolutely nuts. She harasses people in front of the supermarket in Brea trying to protect Josh Newman. The woman right there.
in the brown jacket.
Yeah.
The short one.
She's trying to, the squat one.
Yeah.
Who thinks it's okay that we get charged a higher gas tax that Josh Newman voted for, and we're trying to make sure he gets recalled.
Oh, right.
So shame on her. I'm against
the gas tax.
Yes.
And I was for, I know Travis Allen was working on trying to get it. Travis Allen and somebody else.
Yeah, lady, you want to pay my gas tax since you think it's okay to raise it? Why would you do that? I hate high taxes. Yes, I do.
Enough.
I can speak my mind. I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah, but I don't need it in my ear.
Deal with it. It's a free country. Yes. Shame on you. Shame on you for raising our gas tax. I'm getting good at this.
So she's a Josh supporter.
She's a Josh Newman puppet. And now she's a fire hazard blocking the door. You're a fire hazard, lady. Move.
Or a fire hydrant.
Oh, hydrant, yeah. She's not red enough. She's getting there, though. Okay. Are we almost there? 5:50? Okay, we're almost there. Yeah, we have been too nice for too long. We have every right to call people out. They are shameful people, raising our taxes, lying to our faces. Most of the tax dollars goes to illegals and pensions, many of which are spiked. You have people who are getting six-figure salaries. They get paid more on retirement. Okay.
When you open that door.
Very happy to be here. I'm glad you made it, Gracie. You live here in Orange County, right?
They open the door and cars are going by.
Yeah, they're like, okay, we've had it now.
We got some people from Kansas. This is nice.
We actually have a lot of our own agitators here, so when we get outside agitators.
That's a new thing, isn't it?
No, we have.
I mean, the outside people.
Peaceful the last couple of years, but we've gone through that.
Okay.
We have a lot of outside.
Sure. We had a few who came to Torrance. We've had that happen. We probably might have some more. I really want my city to do the same thing. This is outrageous what the state did.
Great hat.
You know, last time I checked, you know, the Constitution is our supreme law of the land.
Now, when you're elected here or when you're appointed to one of our commissions, you take the same oath of office. They're sworn in.
Hey! Yes, I am.
Yeah.
This is Debbie Bacigalupa, everybody. I'm so glad you made it. I bet. Coming from LA is going to be a challenge. I drove here early. Thank you so much, Debbie. I'll be there next month. Very excited.
It's heavy duty. I was like,
this is really exciting. I'm just really excited.
The Constitution of the United States, you know, and I was like, this is serious.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are sharing the same excitement that I am. Make California great again. Make California great again. Okay, let me get a selfie with you now. You're gonna find that I cut in and out because I'm taking photos, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry, folks. Yes, I was taking a selfie with somebody. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
And I will frame it for my house.
Way to go, Mr. Kusamoto. There he is.
Jerry, take a picture of this. Oh, Jerry, take a picture of Judy and I. Just push the white button.
Oops, I turned it around. I guess I think I'm too cute. 1, 2, 3, cute.
Let me take a picture of you and Judy.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Dave, watch Roxanne steal it.
All right, I'll talk about it.
All right, folks, I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall!
They're all chanting, build that wall. So.
Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall!
It's good to hear other people chanting it besides myself. They don't sound very happy. Ew, creepy. Okay. We finally put some space here. Oh, they have like dueling chants. That's okay. They're probably gonna have more fun out there, but that's okay.
We're having more fun, but we're here for this.
We're accomplishing something. So everybody, I urge every one of you, do the same in your own cities. There, microphone's on.
Mayor Edgar, Mayor Pro Tem Kusamoto, Councilmember Turbo, Councilmember Hasselberg, Councilmember Murphy.
I want to ask everybody to please stand for the pledge.
Absolutely. Yeah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Notice none of them said.
Exactly. Unless we're going to pray. Cierra la puerta.
Shut the door.
I just thank you that we could be here tonight to carry on the business of the people. Lord, I know these are difficult times, and in our hearts that we're doing the best we can for our community, for our people, for our families, and for the people. Lord, I just pray that you will be with us to give us wisdom and guidance. Lord, I pray for those in uniform, all our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, and those overseas that are protecting our liberties and our way of life. Please protect them as they protect us. Lord, I really pray for those that are present here, regardless of whether they like this or not. I am so glad they are here, that we get to hear their voice. This is the process in which we get to hear
the people and understand and represent and the leaders that we hope to be. And lastly, I pray for the staff. They are wonderful, that you would protect them. They have been just so supportive in making us look good up here, and I just want to thank them for their hard work. So protect us all. In your great name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Gosh, thank God for prayer. Okay. Okay, folks, it's going to shake a little. Just deal with it. This is raw footage, folks. Okay. I'm going to put my ribbon shirt on.
I'm not quite sure what the chants are about, but anyway, I do thank you all. It's been a pleasure. My husband and I, and I'm not going to get into a lot of stuff, my husband and I have been very active in the city. I've Schaper and myself, and this was his city as well. And so we've all truly appreciated everything that this city has given us, so many gifts. And one's through the school district, one's through the chamber. That's basically where we got all of our friendships, was through the chamber. We knew no one when we came out here, 55 Chevy. So you know that we really do appreciate everything that God has given us, and that this city has been able to grab with us as well. So I thank you all. I love the council, being able to work with you all because such close, good friends of mine. And I love you all. So thank you very much.
Love you, Johnny.
I love you, Johnny. Congratulations.
Alrighty. Next up, what we'd like to do, another special presentation, is we'd like to ask the Los Alamitos High School Rugby Club to come up here and be recognized, and Dan Chase, their coach.
He's a rugby player.
Oh, rugby. Whoa.
Hold on just a second, we'll wait for the rest of it.
Good. Come on up, rugby.
So you guys, make sure there's no more rugby players here. You know their parents are here too.
Pirates.
All right, guys, good job. Woo! Let's go.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, is Aaron? Are you guys going to let the parents in to be able to take pictures?
Okay, we got the rugby team winning a celebration today.
You can't sit there. Oh, sorry, you're with the rest of us. One of the council, Joe.
Some of you are saying I deserve an award. Thank you. Do a super chat if you like. I just finally figured out how to do that.
I had the opportunity of meeting with Dan Chase here, who's the coach, and quite an impressive guy. This guy came in, started this program from scratch, And basically, he's so convincing, he had the whole city council on the sideline on a freezing night one night to try and watch these guys go all the way.
Wow.
But I wanted him to explain to the community about this, and we really want to try and help promote the rugby team and some of the things that they're looking at for the next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. For all that don't know, my name is Dan Chase. I just recently moved back to Southern California, where I stepped away from I was the director of sports development and head rugby coach for Texas A&M Central Texas.
Wow.
And the gentleman who actually started this was actually Steve. Where's Steve at? There you go. He's way back there. He's actually one who started the program. He heard I was in town. He asked me to come and help out, and introduced me to some great kids. Started getting things going, and it just blew up on us. It was just amazing that we were able to take a ragtag team of football players and actually developing them into young men and rugby players, and teach them actually how to play real rugby. If you don't know the history about American football actually evolved from rugby. Teddy Roosevelt ruled that rugby was too violent and dangerous to be played by Americans.
Oh.
Okay. And the interesting thing is now the big controversy with football and concussions and everything else. Rugby is actually the fastest growing sport in the U.S. It's the second most popular sport in the world. Southern California, or California as a whole, has the highest percentage of youth rugby players throughout the whole U.S. And it's the fastest growing sport here in California too. So looking at a bunch of pro teams coming to LA, Orange County as well. That's within the next couple of years. It's really interesting and growing. A couple of weeks ago, I was actually at the movie theater walking out, and I saw a young man wearing a USA Rugby Sevens jersey, or a ball cap. And if you know anything about rugby, USA Sevens is done at Las Vegas International Sevens, where we took 5th place in all of North America, out of Mexico, US, and Canada. We beat the Canadian All-Stars 21-0.
Whoa.
Okay, we're one high school with a couple other kids from surrounding high schools. We went against national teams, Olympic developmental academies, and we only lost to one team, and we only lost by, what was it, 7 points? Or 5 points? Yeah, and it was an Olympic developmental team. These are the kids that are hand-selected to go to the Olympics. So that just says credit to these young men, okay? But going back to the young kid I met in the movie theater, saw his hat, said, "Hey, nice hat, where'd you get it?" And his dad said, "Oh, we just got back from Las Vegas." I thought, that's interesting, and we're sitting there talking. And they're like, "Yeah, my kid wants to play rugby at Los Alamitos High School." I'm like, "Awesome." I'm like, "Where are you coming from?" It was Redlands. Family's actually moving here from Redlands, and throughout the last couple of weeks, I've been getting emails and contacts from other people about 4 families are moving to Los Alamitos just to play rugby.
Wow.
So credit to you, Steve, for getting this going. Okay, so.
Get the parents in? You guys want to get over here? We got a bunch of space on this side. Put a rugby ball up there.
Yeah. That's a rugby ball.
Evelyn, is that good? Evelyn, is that good?
I can't do Shelly. Shelly, come on.
Get a chair.
There you go.
Okay, are there any other parents who need to get a picture?
Parents over here to the right. Stand up, Al. All right.
Mayor,
It's good. they have accomplished something very welcome and worthwhile. Competing on the world stage is really significant. Nice job. We need more of that. We need to encourage young people to be doing constructive things like this. Yeah. Pardon me. Congratulations. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Somebody made a comment, not one white kid. Okay, first of all, there were a couple. And second of all, I'm really tired of people pushing the whole race dynamic. It's about culture, not about color. I know there's people who disagree with me. I don't care. We have men and women of diverse backgrounds who voted for our president, who care about our country, who want the rule of law, who love the United States. We need to get past that, folks.
Next up, I would like to present a presentation or proclamation to the West City Police Communications Representative for National Public Safety Dispatch Awards Week. And I'd like to ask up here Michael Berry, Valerie Ogle, Kathy Moen, Jessica Castillo, Crystal Thoreau.
So we got police from somewhere else, West Cities.
Communications. Those dispatchers most likely. Okay. From Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, probably.
Those are the West Cities, okay.
I did. Somebody put a wireless law up there.
So on behalf of the city, I'd like to if you could just take a few minutes to help community elders.
Yeah. Who's manning the boards?
Good question.
Los Alamitos, Cypress, Seal Beach, and the Orange County Parks. And we're located in the Seal Beach Police Department. We handle all your incoming 911 calls, your non-emergency calls, and any questions that you guys have.
Congratulations. Thank you. Who's answering the phone? Okay, the last item that we have is actually a presentation, so I think we're done up here. We're going to have the OCPA
I'm like, yeah, can I sit down now?
605 Capella Exchange Project.
They're going to do a presentation on something. I don't know what. I want to speak at general public comment too. I'm really excited. Yeah, the interchange project. Wow, they actually work on roads.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. My name is Jeannie Lee, project manager from OCPA's Highway Program. Thank you for inviting us back to provide an update on Interstate 605 Avenue interchange project. We're making a lot of progress.
Right now they're working on an avenue interchange project, so that requires a lot of presentation.
Project and project development team, and I'd like to acknowledge them. Caltrans is the lead agency and facility owner. OCT is a sponsor. and implementing agency, and City of Los Alamitos, and City of Long Beach as the project development team members. All the partnering agencies have been involved from the start of the project. The 605 Catella Avenue Interchange Project is in the Measure M2 plan, which was approved by voters in 2006, and we're committed to delivering this project. The overall purpose of the project is to improve freeway access, reduce congestion, and enhance safety at the interchange. The way we will do that is by minimizing merging and weaving and standardizing lane and shoulder width. As a side benefit, we'll add sidewalk and bike lanes. The interchange today is a mix of loop and direct freeway ramps with non-standard merges, weaving, and lane width on Catella Avenue. There are discontinuous sidewalks and no shoulders and bike lanes. The project includes 3 alternatives.
Close the door.
No build alternatives.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
2 build alternatives. This slide
So there are 23,000 people in Los Alamitos? Is that correct? 23,000? I don't know. I know she knows. Someone should look it up. Somebody look up the status. Okay. Somebody look up the status. How many people live in Los Alamitos?
Along Catella Avenue, we're also adding bike lanes and sidewalks. Under this alternative, we're adding second lane to the northbound off-ramp to accommodate future traffic volume. This will also help guide drivers to East Catella or westbound Catella. On the northbound on-ramp, we're changing the HB bypass lane to a regular lane, which will improve capacity on the ramp.
There are 11,636
citizens
in Los Alamitos.
The top image shows existing condition, and the bottom image shows the proposed alternative. Today, on the westbound Catella, there's non-standard merging and weaving. This is called the counter. Within a short distance of concerns we heard from the city. Under this alternative, we would eliminate 3 right-turn movements and modify the existing intersections. In addition, we would align all the lanes, which would include merging and weaving within a short distance, and provide a smooth progression from 4 lanes to 3 lanes to 2 lanes for westbound motorists. Currently on the eastbound Catella, there's a similar non-standard weaving and merging within a short distance. This alternative would address those issues by widening Catella east of the interchange and provide a clear progression from 2 lanes to 3 lanes to 4 lanes for eastbound motorists. The next slide shows the proposed alternative 3. The main difference between this slide and the previous alternative 2 that I presented is the removal of southbound loop on ramp. Again, the top image shows the existing condition, and the bottom image shows the proposed alternative. Removing this ramp eliminates weaving and merging on Catella for westbound drivers, entering and exiting the freeway, and it eliminates weaving and merging between drivers getting on and off southbound 605. Also, this eliminates uncontrolled pedestrian crossing at the loop on ramp and westbound bicycle and vehicle weaving. Removing the ramp also improves the lane distribution of traffic on the westbound Catella to the northbound and southbound 605 entrance ramp. Westbound Catella motorists would get on the southbound 605 by using the direct ramp, that Chris is helping me pointing, and a new signal will be added at the ramp. We have developed a proactive outreach program to promote the availability of the environmental document for public review period, as well as to inform the stakeholders of the upcoming public hearing, which is anticipated to be on April 24th. Our efforts include public information meeting that was back in June of last year to inform the public about the project. And the meeting was well attended with over 60 residents attending the meeting. Briefings with the key stakeholders, including Rossmore and Los Alamitos Unified School District, newspaper ads in the local papers, direct mail, emails, and flyers to residential and business addresses throughout the project area. social media posts across the multiple platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, outreach to business, civic, and residential organizations, as well as emergency service providers. As I mentioned, the public information meeting for this project was held back in June of last year. Since then, we have prepared draft project report and environmental document that is anticipated to be circulated for public comment from mid-April to mid-May. A public hearing and open house format is anticipated to be held on April 24th at the Los Alamitos City Center. All public comments will be incorporated after the review period. In mid-2018, the project development team recommended a paper alternative based on the technical studies and public comments, and Caltrans is also responsible for ultimate approval of the paper alternative. We anticipate the project will be environmentally clear in late 2018. This is a key milestone because OCT is constantly looking for opportunities to speed up construction of Measure M.
Yes, this hat is made in America. Yes, it is.
Taking advantage of state and federal dollars. And the projects that compete the best for external funding are those that are environmentally clear. And while Measure M is a 30-year program, our hope is that we can secure enough additional external funding to complete the freeway projects far sooner. This saves money by reducing escalation costs, allow M dollars to be used on other projects, and perhaps most importantly, bring the much needed improvements to the public much quickly. As you have noticed, we have recently rebranded our Measure M as OCGO to differentiate from the LA County Measure M program. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Murphy, you're our OCTA board member, and we appreciate your service on that. Do you have anything you want to add on this?
Moving along, hopefully we are able to get the funding quickly for this and solve some of that problem.
I have a question. Thanks for being here. On slide number 6, on the alternate 3, sorry. We don't see it. So on the westbound Catella to southbound 605, the left turn signal there on the west side of the freeway, that pocket, is it sized properly for the amount of cars you anticipate to queue up there to make that left turn, or is it going to be a priority on that light, signal to protect the left turn light? Have you looked at the traffic over there?
We've looked at traffic, and the goal of this project is to stabilize the lane width to enhance the safety.
I understand that, but if the left turn pocket, I'm not sure if that's a double, if it accumulates to the cars, you'll back up into the main lane, and that presents a different kind of hazard. So my question is, the timing of the light, is it going to be optimized to make sure we don't have an overflow and a backup?
Right, that's something that we'll work out as we go into the design phase.
But given the size of the, I'll call it the pocket, wouldn't that be kind of a limiting factor? How many cars you can?
The left turn pocket actually extends through the interchange.
Right, underneath the all the way back. Okay, okay. I did not see that.
It's good to see some real government business actually getting taken care of in the city. We want more of that in California. We want more rule of law. So, again, everybody, make sure that your city declares opposition to Senate Bill 54.
That was the last presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about the agenda. So we're getting ready to go into oral communications, but what I would just let everybody know is this is the oral communications for everything on the agenda except the item that we're going to talk about on item 12A with the sanctuary law. When I get to item 12A, I'm going to stop the meeting at that point. Because it's an ordinance, I have to open it up for public comment, and you will have all the time that you need at that point. So just respectfully, I would ask you to come up if you have something to say in general for the rest of the agenda or something under subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, please come up. But if I do have to interrupt you to remind you to go to the next one, it's just give me a heads up first. I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment.
Mayor Edgar, City Council. I want to commend you on the beautiful completion on the boulevard. All the people that surround my business, and I've been there going on 42 years, are delighted. Our only request is that you get it back down to 2 lanes rather than the 3, because I personally have watched people crossing by Southland where a couple cars stop and people are walking and the third one goes flying by, and I just think people are agreeing with me, and I just think that that could be a real dangerous situation. I'm delighted that people can no longer turn left coming out of the plaza, because there again you hold your breath. I mean, it looks crazy, but you've done a great job. I think it's a big improvement to the city. I want to be able to speak, so at some point.
Okay, just letting you know. I know. Okay, so just letting you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for your time. I wanted to echo what Judy said. Is I do business on that street also, and with the 3 lanes, it's really dicey trying to get out of your car. And as you know, we've been, at many meetings talking to you about the parking. So please, if you could consider that, it would be a great help to us. And I know early on we talked about potentially maybe putting a crosswalk there for the area that Judy talked about. I have seen a lot more people crossing, just jaywalking, and I'm afraid someone's going to get hurt. So if you can find some money in the budget, which I know is very strained, but if you have something to do that, I think that the neighbors on both sides would be greatly appreciated, and I think you might save someone's life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, sir?
Thank you so much. I'll put it back. Jeez. My name is Arthur Schaper. Oh, that's nice. Okay. I'm from Torrance, California, but I'm already really impressed with this beautiful city. It's a real honor to see the words "In God We Trust" back emblazoned. Yeah, that deserves an applause. Absolutely. Because either we're a nation of laws under God or a nation of anarchy under chaos. So I wanted to speak out on that. I am not speaking on the other agenda items, so please don't interrupt, but just bear with me. I have a picture on my shirt. It's a picture of Ruben Morphine. This young boy was 13 years old when he was executed by an illegal alien. And I was talking with someone earlier, every chance I have in a public meeting, it's important to give notice and respect to the thousands of American lives who have been killed by illegal aliens. I am from Los Angeles County, where there is a growing number of American citizens who are being murdered, and it is murder because individuals in this country illegally have automatically established it is a murder when they take an American life. He was 13 years old, executed by a gangbanger. His mother, Angie Morphine, misses her son to this day. His dreams have ended. These are the dreams that we need to reassert to the front of our public discourse. There is such discussion about the dreams of illegals. We need to care about the dreams of American citizens. I also wish, whenever I can, to commemorate the loss of Kate Steinle. I don't care what a jury said in San Francisco. It was a murder. She was murdered by an illegal. I also am a friend of Sabine Durden. Her son, Dominic, it was a murder, regardless if there was criminal intent or not by the illegal. And this is to commemorate the average of 25 Americans a day who have been killed by illegal aliens. I am respecting the rule of the decorum that you've set out. I would urge that this city council put pressure upon the Board of Supervisors. They need to consider ensuring that every law enforcement officer is able to cooperate with the rule of law. You are a municipality who can put the pressure to do that. And I also want to speak on behalf of Agnes Gibney's beloved son Ronald, who was also killed by an illegal alien gangbanger. And many don't know this, but for Agnes and for many parents who lose their children to illegals, they usually don't even find out that it was a foreign national until 2 months, 3 months, or a year later. This is a travesty in our country which we cannot allow to continue. And every chance I have, whatever breath I can take, I want to speak out for that. And last of all, I comment. I wear this hat proudly. It says, "Make California Great Again," because I am glad that Donald Trump is our president. because of the 16, the 17, the 19, how many people who ran for president. He was the only one who reached out to angel moms, to angel dads. Please don't interrupt. That's very disrespectful. I apologize. She was talking while I was talking. I have a right to speak in this matter. It's called the First Amendment. Thank you. So she was interrupting me. I apologize for that. Now, I'm glad he's our president because he's the only one who cared about those angel moms and angel dads. And I'm glad that he's our president, and I'm sure that we're going to have fewer angel moms and dads who lose their children, and there will be more angel moms and dads who will see their children and grandchildren grow to a long and fruitful life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Block. I am not a going to speak on the agenda item. But I am going to cover the contents of the previous speaker, and since you allowed that speech, you'll allow my speech just as well.
I'll tell you what.
No, you are going to allow my speech because you cannot make a content-based decision. I'm talking about the
First Amendment.
Stop you right there.
Let me speak and tell you when I'm going to speak.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you start talking about illegal aliens, I'm going to ask you to move, and you can come talk about it when we hit the 12A. So there's your warning. So go ahead. What are you going to talk about?
Okay.
Well, I know that, but I'm not
could have at any point interrupted that man and told him to stop speaking. You are the chair. I've chaired lots of meetings.
If you're going to talk, I'm going to let you talk, but you got to get to the point, okay? Please.
And he got to the point really quickly, too.
I did.
Speakers at these councils are allowed to talk about the Constitution, immigration, racism. We have this issue that you're going to be talking about, okay? Let me take that back. The issue of immigration in general in the United States is rising to hysteria. People don't realize that the statistics in the United States show, at least the recently available one, from 2008 to 2015 or so, there's actually a decline in the numbers of so-called undocumented workers, undocumented individuals in the United States. The problem with this issue is that it's been present throughout American history. Ancestors of Mr. Krisamoto, individuals who are of Asian descent, were fighting in the Supreme Court in the 20s to be allowed to be naturalized. An individual who went before the Supreme Court, he had been 20 years in the United States, he had been educated at the Berkeley High School, he was a student at UC Berkeley at the time. And the Supreme Court in the 20s ruled he was not allowed to be naturalized because he was white. Look it up. You can read the entire Constitution. The word immigration is not in the Constitution. This has been a political hot potato in the United States forever. You can hear it outside. The way you address it is diffusing the issue, keeping it in the proper form. If there's a dispute, take it to court. But let's not get people all up in arms about an issue that's been used to whip up hysteria throughout the United States and throughout the world. And all I can say is, I lost a whole bunch of people in Germany because there was no sanctuary cities in Eastern Europe. Thank you.
Mayor, personal order. So I know Mr. Block. I know him well. Our sons went to school together. My whole family. And, I would appreciate on the issue, and it's not going to be a debate, Joel, but when you invoke something of historic ancestry, you don't know anything about my family. My family was not in the concentration camps. They were not interned. My family came from Japan to Hawaii, Hawaii to here. So personal order, don't invoke that.
The case involved the Hawaiian, Japanese.
Return to order, please.
Everybody, let me just try this one more time. We have some city business that I'm really trying to get to get through this. If you're right, once somebody starts talking, it's hard to go ahead and stop. But I would just ask if we can get people to come up here. If you have something other than 12A, We would really love to hear it so we can move on to one other item of business so we can get through this, and then we will get to the item that everybody wants to talk about. So I'm going to give one more shot. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Chad Kurthy. I'm a resident of Rancho Santa Margarita, but I have some important information that will affect the city of Los Alamitos, its citizens, and its first responders' safety. I am a 911 dispatcher in the Orange County Fire Authority's 911 Center, where I've worked for over 10 years dedicated to your safety. As you're all aware, Councilmember Hasselbrink sits on the LCFA Board of Directors, where she represents the rest of the City Council and all of Los Alamitos citizens. Currently, the LCFA Board of Directors is attempting to significantly decrease the daily staffing in the 911 Center from what it currently is by switching the 911 dispatchers from 24-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts. In fact, the new staffing reduction the LCFA Board of Directors are trying to implement will also cost $500,000 more a year. This evening I brought copies of the new 2018 study that was conducted by OCFA Executive Management on the 911 Center staffing. Upon our receiving of this study, the dispatchers conducted an audit of it. We found that the study is extremely flawed with errors. So in addition to you receiving a copy of the study, I've also got copies of our response to it. You'll find our response go section by section explaining the many factual errors that are in the study. The study makes it seem like the activity level and call volume are much less than it actually is.
There's a lot of noise outside, guys. It's getting pretty wild.
To mislead and underreport. This information is irresponsible at best. We are very concerned that the LCFA board members are making the decision to downstaff the 911 Center based on wrong information and wrong numbers. Currently, you have 10 dispatchers on duty on OCFA property, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You work 24-hour shifts and only get paid 17 of those hours. You do not get paid for a meal break or sleep time unless it becomes interrupted due to emergency activity.
Right.
That means that at any time, you can immediately have up to 10 dispatchers plugged into consoles and taking 911 calls and firefighter radio traffic. OCFA Executive Management, as well as the Board of Directors, have been telling the public that the change from 24-hour to 12-hour shifts will not reduce our staffing level. That nothing will change as far as the service the public receives. This is not true. In the study I'm giving you tonight that was conducted by OCFA staff, not the dispatchers, it shows in attachment number 9 which you'll receive that there would be 10 dispatchers on property, like now, 2 hours out of the day, instead of the 24 hours they currently have for the last 30+ years. In fact, if you look at attachment 9, you'll find 7 hours in the day that there are only 6 dispatchers on property. This is downsizing of 911 up to 4 dispatchers every single day. It is all there in the OCFA's own study on attachment number 9. See for yourself when I hand a copy for each. I'm going to give a copy to the clerk for all of you to take a look if you like. As elected officials, your 2 major duties are keeping the public safe and keeping costs down to the taxpayers as much as possible. If the OCFA Board of Directors implements the new 12-hour shifts that will downstaff the 911 Center and cost $500,000 more a year, they will be failing at both of those duties. We've asked OCFA management why they want to change from the 24-hour shifts. They give excellent coverage and service to the public to the 12-hour shifts. And each time we are simply told that is the direction that the Board of Directors has asked. Every single time that we bring it up in a meeting. Each time we ask, they refuse to give us any more information or reason than that. They cannot provide any factual information that supports the 12-hour shifts being better than the 24-hour shifts. That is because the 12s are not better. They will be a detriment to public safety. So in short, you're getting the most coverage for the cheapest amount by having the dispatchers remain on 24-hour shifts. Switching to 12s will result in far fewer 911 dispatchers on duty at any one time with no surge capacity. There will be no backup when there's only 6 dispatchers on the property. It will cost the taxpayers, like I said, $500,000 more. So you're paying more and getting less service.
We need a time limit.
Remember, there are currently always 10 dispatchers on property. The Board of Directors wants to reduce that number from 6 dispatchers to 12 hours a day. All of this comes at an additional price they have to cover $500,000. What is going to happen when the short-staffed 911 Center receives a surge of 911 calls and radio calls from firefighters at the same time, which happens numerous times daily? Whose 911 call is going to have to wait to be answered when there's just not enough 911 dispatchers to answer? Councilmember Hasselbrink, as a member of the OCFA Board of Directors, you and the other board members are ultimately in charge of the life safety of the 23 cities, including Los Alamitos, and the 1.8 million people who depend on OCFA for emergency fire and paramedic services. Please tell me who in the county should receive less service, who is not important, whose emergency just does not matter. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your comment.
Okay, so there is a buzzer. A 5-minute remark. Right.
Mayor, member of the City Council, I want to thank you for your time. My name is Tyler Deep. I'm a candidate for City Assembly.
They still have signs on.
Boy, that I think it's the right meeting to come here and introduce myself to the city of Los Alamitos.
I can record from here.
Sit closer on the aisle so you can see.
I would like to sit closer, but I'm just not going to create any disorder right now.
It's fine. I can record from here.
My family and I moved here in 1991, and I couldn't tell you how proud and fortunate I am every day, waking up knowing that I have the opportunity to live in this country. I remember as a child riding a bike home from school in Vietnam, being overly joyful when I was told that the mailman just dropped off a visa notice so that we can move to America in 1991. After waiting in line patiently for over 8 years. And that's why I want to run for assembly. And I applaud you for considering all the matter that is before you tonight. You definitely have an issue that is very consequential, not only to our community, but our state and our nation. And I thank you for your time.
Anybody else for public comments? Okay, seeing no announcements, I'm going to go ahead and move to council announcements. Councilman
Sure. I recently attended the Orange County Mosquito Vector Control District meeting. They're starting to do city-specific reports, and the report for Los Alamitos is very encouraging. So far, it's not been an unusual year for mosquito vector issues. I also visited the Weekend of Art. What a great event that was put on by our recreation department. So thank you, Ron and Emily and Megan, for that event. It was just incredible, and there were a very large number of submissions this year as compared to last year. And I also participated in the Race on the Base 5K and Whimsical Fun Run with the family. It was an excellent event, although my time wasn't very excellent. And I also participated in a bunch of standing committee meetings with Schaper.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
I also was at the Race on the Base. I had an excellent time. Finished beyond which was in doubt. Attended Congressman Lowenthal's open house. Always gives a good update as to where we are. I want to congratulate Megan and Emily. The Weekend of Art just keeps expanding and better every year. Some of the submissions were just incredible. And if I just take 1 second to mention Michael Bell, who's started this idea and it's become his legacy, the most humble man in the world, but he really started something I think is going to last a long time here. And if I could give a second to Judy and the lights, Stephen, Brett, just a phenomenal job. Both the ground lights and the street lights are just really phenomenal. It's Dave Hunt too. And we are small part. You know, really, it's money well spent. Looks incredible out there. And
Councilmember Hustler.
I attended the Los Alamitos High School Venture Breakfast. This is something we started a few years ago. And it's open to juniors and seniors, and they're categorized by different professions. Kind of gives them an idea about what they think they want to do, and allows them to talk to people that are actually doing it now. So that's very well received. I attended the Best and Bravest, honoring the best of our firefighters and support staff for the Orange County Fire Authority. and race on the base with everybody else. Congratulations to Mayor Edgar, being just out of the group, beat us by hours. And I want to congratulate our Park and Rec staff who pulled off their first major event without a director, and looking from the outside, it was flawless, so congratulations on that. Congratulations to the Lake King Queen of Hearts, Jeff King and Wendy Close. It's always a fun event, and we raise a lot of money for our education foundation, allows classes and scholarships for our school kids here. Attended the Sunburst Family Day on Saturday. This is our Sunburst Youth Academy over at the base for about 220 at-risk kids. It's been program for 6 months, and so this was the first time that the families were able to see them since January 5th when they were taken into the base. And then we also did confirm from the Orange County Fire Authority, Brian Fennessy as our new fire chief. He is the previous fire chief at the city of San Diego. He will be joining us on April 16th. Just a very forward thinker. He will be very, very good for the OCFA as we move forward. I was honored to serve on the selection committee, and then also on the negotiating team for that. So we've got a very long-term strategic leader at Fire Authority. And regarding the negotiations for the union with the dispatchers, I'm not going to comment on that. We're currently in negotiations. We did go to impasse. The negotiations starts in April, and that's about all I can say.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was out of town a lot this past month, but I did get to look to the mayor on a couple of events, and that's what being the mayor pro tem is all about. So I did go to the race on the base. I walked that, and I guess did we succeed compared to the commissions in terms of who prevailed? I'll find out later. What I got to attend on behalf of Mayor Edgar is Supervisor Michelle Steele's Mayor's Breakfast that she had over at Mossborough Park to give us an update. And the update primarily was dealing with her supervisors dealing with the homelessness issue, which is on the news, and what's going on in the river, and the judge ordered that impose some requirements on all those involved. So I know it's coming up in an end on the hotel vouchers, but there was a briefing on that. And then the real fun thing I got to do is go to the Los Alamitos Museum for Honored Citizens Day, and the museum was honoring Wendy Rose for all of her service, and did a stamp for all of her service as well. I got to recognize and hand out accommodations on behalf of the mayor, and there was former Mayor Marilyn Poe, who was the MC Master Ceremonies, and it was a wonderful event, as it always is. And I guess the last thing I guess I would say is that I know Mayor Edgar and City Manager Plumley has attended another workshop that was more focused on homelessness. I provided a briefing on that, and I hope those helpful. I didn't get any feedback on that, so those are what I did. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess I would add, had the opportunity to go over and celebrate Precious Life Gala over the weekend, and so I just wanted to thank them for the invitation, and really loved the event. The Los Al Arts Festival again. I think a lot of these things we've all attended, but I would just put the exclamation point on the Parks and Recreation Commission, Parks and Recreation staff, city staff. Excellent job with the art festival. Every year it just seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and a lot of feedback. Everybody was really excited about it. So great job. Also attended the Lake King Queen of Hearts, and then the race on the base. And final numbers as far as the count of total runners on the race on the base and how we did. Can we just get just a real quick update?
Yes, for Mayor, members of the City Council, we were down about 700 this year, but we were very excited to have the event in general. We were at about 3,300 participants, and last year we were at about 4,000. And to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem Kizimoto, it was actually a tie. Because at the current vacancies of the two commissioners, we had 5 in Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts, and we had 5 City Council. That would be
Like you didn't know.
And then, I also want to put out to the base, the Joint Forces Military Base, is that they had paratroopers come in for the race, and actually 12 of them parachuted into the race. And it's hard having 3,000 people wait to run until they hit the ground, but it was exciting watching them land at 7 in the morning. And when they landed, they came and presented the city flag, the U.S. flag that they actually had brought from overseas. They just got back from Afghanistan, and they presented it to us, and we bring that in. We'll be displaying that at City Hall. So I just wanted to thank the general and everybody over the days. Two last things. Everybody, Wednesday, State of the City address for the Chamber. That's over at the Joint Forces Training Base. Really looking forward to giving an overview of what's going on with the city and all the activity that we're doing here. And really want to thank the Chamber of Commerce as our host and sponsor, and the military base, Joint Forces Training Base, with the Colonel Bond over there. He's been unbelievable being able to support that, and we look forward to it. And lastly, the biggest plug that I have for a nonprofit that's dear to my heart is Casa U Shelter. Casa U Shelter has its 40th anniversary. So as you know, over in Los Alamitos, basically they have their big event coming up on April 14th for the 40th, and Casa U Shelter needs your support. Please come out to this event and support that charity. They are taking young kids off the street, helping provide them a home, and then reunifying them with their family. It's an unbelievable cause, and I would just ask that you would come out and really show support. If you are unsure, look at CASA online. CASA, or call the city manager, and we'll get you in touch with the Casa U Shelter. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to go to items.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council. Just to review, we did a mark really successful. Thanks to Megan and Jim and Ron and all the staff and your great work, and City Council for your support for the community for coming out. So 260 plus participants in this year's event. These are doing last year, so we really thank
We're just hearing different comment from different staffers right now. I'll be right back. So now he's an administrator?
I don't know.
Where is it?
I'll send you the link.
This, let me see it. That's what, where?
I don't know. That's fine. Now
So he works where? He works at
Senior College.
Where is that?
I'll send you the link.
Be able to turn the machine back on if that's what we're going to do, and get the planning department action so this year. So,
thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is introduction of an ordinance regarding off-street parking and zoning ordinance amendment. And this item was discussed and deliberated by the Planning Commission. It is moving to the City Council at this point, and I will have it on the services record and the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Most of the city's current off-street parking regulations were adopted years ago to suit the needs of a more suburban community. Parking behaviors are transitioning. More of the population have cars, uses cars for travel regularly, and needs storage for those cars. Like many cities, Los Alamitos has not updated the off-street parking standards to reflect the current trends. On February 28th, the Planning Commission recommended the City Council amend the parking code for off-street parking and guest parking requirements for new or extended multifamily residential uses. So the R2, which is the residential area near Vanal, and the R3 area, which is the area near City Hall and in Apartment Road. The commission continues to work on other segments of the parking code, but they wanted to forward this item to you all wrapped up. And this item includes a new requirement for studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, and also guest parking ratio 0.33 per unit. As directed by the City Council, 0.33 is the thing you put in your emergency.
Where we are right now.
Again, the Planning Commission will keep working on parking. They wanted to get this section.
This is consent calendar. I think they already did.
At this time, but the number of required spaces will be able to tonight is 1.5 parking spaces for each studio dwelling unit, 2 parking spaces for each 1-bedroom unit, 2 3/4 spaces for each 2-bedroom unit, 3 1/2 spaces for each 3-bedroom unit, 4 parking spaces for each 4-bedroom unit, and then 1/2 additional space for each additional bedroom in excess of the first 4 bedrooms. And then a minimum of 1 unassigned designated space for a project that is 4 units or fewer, a minimum of 0.33 unassigned designated guest spaces per unit for a project that is 5 units covering the neighborhood. And they also redefine bedrooms and provide staff more of a definition to provide any applicants that come our way. With that, this is the public hearing. We'll take any testimony regarding this item and open the public hearing. And then we'll direct the city attorney to read the ordinance as proposed.
Thank you. So as staff talked about, we're going to go ahead and open up the public comment for this and this for anybody. So anybody that has items pertaining to this issue, if you could address the council at this point if you would wish. Just give it a few more minutes because we've had a lot of people in the past. So seeing that, we're going to go ahead and close public comments.
Right. Zoning issue is pretty straightforward, I think. Zoning's not that big a deal.
It is. Yes, it is.
Nobody spoke to it.
But it's already been through.
Let me see. Okay. City Council modified off-street parking and guest parking for new or expanded residents.
17.76.020 of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code to modify off-street parking and guest parking requirements for new or expanded multiple family residential uses in R2 limited multiple family and R3 multiple family residential zoning districts and to define bedrooms.
Great. And I'm going to bring it back to the council for discussion. Anybody in the council want to talk or ask questions of staff on this item?
Manager, Director, so this is consistent with the urgency ordinance, at least one was referring to parking, is that how it is?
It is consistent, except that they did a threshold of 4 units or below, and then 5 units and above.
Okay.
The city council didn't do that split.
Okay, okay. And then with respect to the definition of bedroom, it's consistent with other, neighboring communities?
It's a mixture of neighboring communities. They took 6 to 7 different ordinances throughout Orange County that were having parking issues and created that definition.
Thank you.
Sure, just a couple questions. So these numbers, are these on the high end compared to local communities in terms of parking requirements for number of bedrooms, per number of bedrooms?
They are conservative numbers, yes. On the high end, no, I don't think so, because we're updating ours for the issues we're going through today. So other communities haven't updated their parking standards either.
And what is the basis for these specific numbers? How do they arrive at these?
Do you have somebody who's recording inside?
1.5 parking spaces per unit.
They use the practical experience and what works based on improving
Is now I still there?
over the last few years. We have a couple of commissioners that have been there as long as, one's been there about 15 years. So they use their experience, use the ordinances of other cities, come together and create this recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
For comparison purposes, Steve, could you go through the table and say where we are now?
Sure. The definition that they provided is very specific. The definition that was already in our code is very general, and I'll read that to you. 2 spaces for each, 2 spaces for the first 2 bedrooms of each dwelling unit, plus half a space for each bedroom or other room that can be readily used as bedrooms in excess of the first 2 bedrooms, and then 1 parking space for each studio unit. That's the vagueness, and they've taken that vagueness and made it specific based on the unit size and bedroom size.
So for the minimum, the 2-bedroom, they've raised it from 2 spaces to 2.75?
Correct.
And it follows along the way. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We've heard everything. I just say it's our motion to
Second.
all in favor, say aye. Aye. So at this point, now we have moved to item 12A, which is the introduction of ordinance 2018-03, adding ordinance or adding chapter 9.3 Constitution compliance.
I'm already prepared to.
I'm going to ask Councilmember to talk a little bit about this and what he's happened. I want to explain the process to you a little bit because I think it's important that we have the context so that we can go through and have a really good discussion. This is an item that is council driven, which means that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Kusumoto had brought this item back in January, wanted to put it on the agenda. We were getting ready to put it on the agenda in January or February, ended up pulling it off and ended up putting it on tonight. The council members up here cannot meet outside of these chambers to talk about city business. So for us to be able to put something on the agenda, this gives council members an opportunity to have an open discussion. The reason why we pulled the item back in February is because staff started doing staff work and we felt that it wasn't prudent to have used taxpayer money to do work on an item until we know whether the rest of the council has any interest in hearing this, participating, or having anything to do with it. So, and then through this process, what would end up happening is that tonight, what we are not doing, we are not, because I've been getting a lot of email, so I just want to clarify this, we are not filing a lawsuit. We are not determining an immigration policy tonight. We are going to listen to Mayor Pro Tem Kusumoto tell what the objectives were for putting this item together. We're going to look at the item that was put in the agenda and the draft ordinance. Tonight, one of three things can happen. We can get done with this, and it would be just a good discussion, and we would decide to take no action, but you would have some idea of where this council stands. Second item we could take is a resolution or action, and the resolution would be like we do with any other things in the city, where we take a position, put it on the letterhead, I would sign it, send it off to whatever the issue or legislation body would be, and it would state our position. It's non-binding. What is on the agenda tonight is the third scenario, which is an ordinance. Los Alamitos is a charter city, and it means under the state of California, charter cities are allowed to make laws for their city. They're allowed to bring interpretation and declare what the laws are as they further refine them. And a lot of times those laws end up being things that are determinations like fees for parks and recreation. It would be traffic costs for traffic enforcement, stuff like that. But this item is within the jurisdiction of the city council for us to have, and this ordinance would be one way of providing clarification for this issue. Again, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of what we're talking about. I want you to be aware that this is not something that is driven from staff. We aren't sitting up here going through the chief of police or the city manager or anybody else. This is something that our council wants to talk about tonight and see if we want to take action. And with that introduction, I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Kusumoto.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that introduction and kind of the framing of this. So, to my colleagues, I've thought about this for quite some time, since the fall of last year when this looks like it was heading for enactment. And, in my heart, what it is, I see a conflict between two governing documents, the Constitution of the United States and the state constitution itself. And again, as a charter city, we are here to try and, at least for our jurisdiction. So I believe there are members of the public that are outside of here, and I appreciate you being here, but this is really the business of Los Alamitos. Yep. And those of you that know the city, we have a military base over here. We have contractors that do business with the federal government. And I just feel that this body owes them some kind of certainty and guidance in this enacting this ordinance. And please understand, the ordinance is strictly to Los Al. It does not speak to other jurisdictions. It does not speak to what the state may or may not choose to do. And it really is for us to say we believe in the Constitution. And with that, this is how I approach it. I'm an engineer by trade. We're not professional leaders up here. We're a community leader. We have constituents that are both residents that live here, the people that come in here during the day to do their business, and the business owners. So how do we protect them when there's a law on the books in the state of California that says if you comply with the federal law, that the Attorney General is going to come in there and arrest us? Now that is not right to me. So how can we do that? And I thought the best way to do it as a charter city,
following the same example as the elected leaders in Sacramento have done. I'm doing the same thing with this council. I'm asking us to take the same kind of position. So with that said, now, we have this oath here that we are here to uphold and support and defend the United States Constitution.
That's right.
So that, in that, I am interpreting that to say, we can say we're going to do that, and we're going to ignore this law that would cause business owners here to be arrested if the federal, immigration, whoever comes in and wants to audit them. And that is how I understand the state of California is interpreting the California Values Act. So I did not call it the Los Alamitos Value Act. I called it, compliance with the U.S. Constitution, and that's what it is. I'm going to ask my colleagues here, for their indulgence, that I think this is important for us, for our city, for our community. And I'm looking forward to all the inputs from those that are part of our city as well as those that are outside. And I would ask that you would keep it civil, that you would get your points out there quickly. I write everything down, I listen. I've gotten several emails, and some of them made some very good points that oppose my position, and I take those in. I take those in seriously, because this is what I believe in. I am not so invested in this position that I cannot be changed, but I would ask you make some persuasive arguments as to why this is not right for Los Alamitos. And I'm looking to Los Alamitos stakeholders to actually really come in there and make that. And I see my neighbors here, and I'm really interested to hear what they say, and I'm going to talk with them when I walk the dog next time, because we can have a longer discussion, and I really enjoy hearing their opposing view, and I'm looking forward to that. So with that, Mayor, that's my report. Thank you.
All right.
So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up for public comment. As you had seen earlier, I'm going to try and get a little bit better control. But what I want to do is I just, basically you get 5 minutes and you get to say your piece.
That's fine.
No, 1 minute. 1 minute.
So I'm going to have the city clerk do it. If she keeps track of this, we have a timer here. You'll see when it's getting yellow and red, and when it turns red, we would ask for you to stop.
Nobody better go over.
So,
that's good. People will get more now.
Here until people are no longer wanting to talk. So we really appreciate your input.
True respect for the First Amendment.
And with that, after all the last
They respect the First Amendment in this town.
We're going to bring it back to the council, and then at that point we're going to take this item up as a council and see where it goes. Thank you. So first up.
I'll be here all night.
My name is Emmy Madeline Chen. I'm 10 years old and a 5th grade student at Schaper Elementary. Public speaking makes me really nervous, but I have to speak out today. First of all, thank you for representing our city. Thank you for your dedication and service. I love Los Alamitos. The city is my home. I was born in the Los Alamitos Hospital. I have only attended Los Alamitos schools and will be starting at Oak Middle School in the fall. Ordinance 2018-03 will impact everyone, my neighbors, my classmates, and the diversity that represents our community. Right now in 5th grade, we are learning about our U.S. government.
Diversity.
I've learned that the role of our government is to ensure the health
Diversity is
and safety of
meaningless.
its residents and community. The California Values Act was created to protect and honor California's immigrant community.
No.
We live in a state where the majority of our residents come from immigrant backgrounds, where their first language is not English, and my family is part of this. The diversity makes our country, our state, and Los Alamitos beautiful. The California Values Act ensures that schools, libraries, and hospitals are safe places. I can't understand why Los Alamitos would want our city to be not safe. I don't want to see families separated or taken away at school sites, at the library, or at the hospital where I was born at. Thank you for serving as my representative. You speak on behalf of me and my family. Please vote no on this bill. Our tax money should not be going to this. There are so many needs in our community. Money for schools, for parks, and for those in need. Please make Los Alamitos a safe place to live for all. Thank you. All of this friends from different backgrounds, which makes us a diverse group. Thank you for letting me speak. I I'm usually very scared and
Diversity
judgmental.
doesn't mean anything. It
But
doesn't
today,
mean anything.
I feel like we have to speak up. I will cover enough facts to feel safe as I do when I'm at school, at the park, in my home, and everywhere in my street too. The California Valley Connect because she's everyone feels safe in schools, libraries, and hospitals. Why should I be saying I have to worry about being separated just because it's out of school? Or they can fit family members in hospitals. Why are we trying to put more tax money in schools or safer streets? I watch kids cross the street telephone every day, and after school, cars speed down the street every day too. Why is there more police officers or speed bumps being put in? Every child in the Alamitos deserves to be and feel safe. Thank you for listening to me, and please continue to make Los Al a safe place to live.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. My husband and I are happy and proud residents of Los Alamitos for more than 48 years. I am here to speak about the California Valley Act, the sanctuary state bill. The city should not exempt itself from this law. Exemption is a politically charged move that does not reflect all the Los Alamitos residents. Voting to exempt Los Al could also lead to litigation. This state law has already been legally challenged by the federal government. Los Alamitos does not need to spend taxpayers' money on a lawsuit. Council members state that they want to support the Constitution. But what about the federal mandates that have been immoral, such as the rounding up of the Japanese people during World War II, incarcerating them, and seizing their property? Another example is the mass deportation of Mexicans and Mexican Americans to Mexico in the 1930s. Up to 2 million were deported. Half of them were U.S. citizens. With this new act, criminals will not be running free. The public safety will still be protected, while families living in fear will also be protected. This act won't stop ICE. On a side note, as I read about ICE rounding up the suspected illegal immigrants with common surnames, many are law-abiding citizens, and it reminds me of Nazi Germany, when Jewish people were ripped from their homes and placed in concentration camps. Our immigrants should not have to live in fear. Please do not exempt the city from the California Values Act. It would be a step back to inhumane laws and practices. And my husband just wanted to share a quotation of thought.
I thought it would be wise for all of us to reflect upon the words of Martin Niemöller, which are in the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I'm not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me.
Thank you.
Nobody claps.
It's
disgusting.
I'm an organizer for the ACLU of Southern California. Earlier this
There we
morning,
go.
we received a letter from our attorneys in addition to the National Day Labor Organizing Network and the Asian Law Caucus, outlining why this ordinance is unlawful and a blatant violation of the city's legal obligation to follow the California Values Act and state law. This is also an offensive endorsement of the Trump administration's racist and anti-immigrant agenda. The city must follow all state law, even if you don't agree with it. If you decide to move forward with this ordinance, you are subjecting the city of Los Alamitos at taxpayers' expense to lawsuits. The Attorney General's office can and will impose fines, and civil rights organizations will have motivation to file lawsuits that the taxpayers in Los Alamitos will have to pay. There's absolutely no language, any legal reasoning in this ordinance that says why the council believes that SB 54 is inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution or any federal laws. California has
the authority under the 10th Amendment to ensure that state and local resources are not used to enforce federal immigration laws. The California Values Act does not say anywhere that ICE or the federal government cannot enforce immigration law. What the California Values Act does say is that state and local resources, which the state of California does have authority over, cannot be used to be part of the deportation machine. It is not the law, it is not the job of local law enforcement officers to work for the federal government, and the federal government cannot force a state to use their law enforcement to enforce federal law. Another reasoning that was brought up in this ordinance was the lawsuit brought forward by Jeff Sessions, which we believe and know has no legal merit and only challenges 3 provisions in the law. So as people mentioned earlier, that the California Values Act makes safe zones in schools, hospitals, courthouses, vulnerable places. The city council in this ordinance wants to remove that safety for everyone, even though there are only 3 provisions in the United States lawsuit that are being questioned. So the rest of the California Values Act, regardless of where the lawsuit goes, would still be in effect. So lawfully, the city cannot go through with this ordinance. And then the last point that I want to make is it's extremely disappointing and unfortunate that the city of Los Alamitos is sending a clear message to immigrant communities that they do not want to protect them and instead are going to support the Trump administration's racist and anti-immigrant agenda. And if the city chooses to move forward with this and just make a statement as to how they feel about the Californians Act, then civil rights organizations will likely have to continue doing PRA requests to make sure that they are in compliance with the law. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Olson. I live in Westminster, 16 neighbors. I just want to thank you for actually being the first city to have the gumption to challenge this. I also am being a California resident, I do believe that it should be illegal. Again, this isn't an immigration deal. This is illegal immigration.
Yes.
I have your rugby team. You're definitely not against immigration. Diverse nationalities, which is wonderful. I live in Westminster, which we know is primarily Vietnamese, and I love my neighbors, the legal neighbors. But I've also had neighbors where they've brought in illegals, where they're sleeping on hammocks in the back, fire hazards, pooping in holes in the backyard, and the immigration has come in and torn down things, because that is unsafe. But anyway, that's just my city. But I look at it in this way, you know, everybody's talking about the resources and that, but what about the resources of us taxpayers? I feel like this is no different than a father coming home, taking his paycheck, handing it to the neighbors and taking care of all them, the illegal costs. The police departments, the jurisdictions, the criminal courts, and that stuff that we have to pay for. And so that check that father brings home is basically going and paying for other things, and the families are being neglected. That's money that could be going into our pocket to provide for our families. So I'm a firm believer that I think that the illegals, not immigrants, but the illegals should be not accepted. So, thank you.
Woo! Yeah!
Where do I start?
You guys are bigots.
California
You should get ashamed of yourselves.
The politicians here, the Democrats, have gone rogue. We have no hate. We have no fear. It's legal immigration that's welcome here.
Right. Yes.
Straight out. What
She's
would
a
happen to
bigot.
me
That's so
if I was to harbor an illegal? I'll be put in jail. I'll get arrested. So why is it that Governor Brown, De Leon, can get away with all of this?
They shouldn't.
They are in violation of harboring subsection 1324A1A, a federal offense. They need to be arrested.
Yes.
And they need to be in jail. Trump is building that wall for the love of America. To keep the drugs out and
Mexico has a
keep
wall.
illegals out. I was born in Mexico. I came here legally. My parents came here legally, and that's how it should be done. If we can't vet you, we don't want you. We don't know who you are.
Hear,
We don't
hear.
know if you're a criminal. We don't know if you're a rapist. Trump is right that way, because not everybody's a good guy. And I know plenty of illegals that are good, and I know plenty of illegals that are not really good. They're drug addicts,
they do robberies, they own guns. This has to change, but it's a bigger agenda here. The bigger agenda here is the war is on the middle income family. In order for socialism and communism to exist in the United States or California, you need to get rid of the middle class family, and that's what the Democratic Party is doing. They have been taken over by the Communist Party for over 30 years. That's exactly what they're doing in California, because our taxes are the highest. Our gas tax is killing me. I do a lot of driving, and that is killing me right now. The registration just went up. We have the most homeless here. We have, it's brutal here. We need to get out and vote, people, because the Democratic Party is killing California. Arrest Governor Brown and De Leon.
Yes.
Criminals.
Lock them up.
I couldn't be any more excited to be here. We feel the forgotten California citizens that are against illegal aliens coming to our country and not doing the right thing. We feel like we finally have someone that's ready to actually support the citizens of not only the city of Los Alamitos, but California. What these good intentioned people forget is that we fought a revolutionary war in order to be free from a country so that we could actually be self-governing. And that self-governance is in the form of the law of the land called the Constitution.
Yes.
And every single public servant serves under that Constitution. And I thank you so much for actually acknowledging that. You, to me, are the pioneers of the revolution that fought for America, that fought for the citizens of this country, that fought for what our values are. And I look at each and every one of you, and that is some brave people up there, because that is not the popular. You see these cute little kids, and I love that they were brave enough to come out here, but they missed a very, very vital point. We have a Constitution. We have the law of the land. And that Constitution says that the federal government is in charge of immigration law.
Here, here.
Not the state of California.
Yes.
Is in charge. And you are sitting here saying, yes, we actually have a law of the land. It's called the Constitution. And Governor Brown, Becerra, and De Leon don't get to fix that or change that. Our federal government decides on who comes in and out of our country. And for this state to have the nerve to have laws in complete violation of that Constitution, that people died, that walked with no shoes at Valley Forge, blood on their feet, to make sure that we were a sovereign country, and to completely dismiss that is unthinkable. So thank you, Jeff Sessions, for coming here and exposing the unlawful behavior that's happening in Sacramento against the citizens of not only California, but of America. And I am so grateful to each and every one of you. You, to me, are the pioneers of this state. You will now go down in history, and I pray to God that you keep this in God we trust, that you stay strong against what we need to do, which is the right thing for our citizens and for our country. God bless Trump, God bless America, and God bless each one of you.
Yes. Yeah.
I've heard a lot about a lot of things. People can call racist, anti-immigrant, all kinds of smears. You know, we don't hear California called anymore. We don't hear it called the Golden State.
Oh.
Do you ever hear the expression California dreaming? Not anymore. I came here in approximately 1980 from Pennsylvania. I wanted to come to the Golden State, California dreaming, as I'm sure a lot of other people have. But you know what? We've got more U-Hauls now going out of California than going into California. People don't call us the Golden State. They joke about us. They mock us as a sanctuary state.
Yeah.
Temporarily.
Yes.
Fortunately for people like you, who do understand your oath of office, and do understand the Constitution. And what is one of the #1 things? Who is guarding this building today? Police, okay? Do we want to tie the hands of the police? Do we want to limit communication and coordination between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement? Do we want people that are sitting in jails that the feds know something about and want to have an ICE detainer hold on them, but have a local municipality or police department not cooperate? I know Kate Steinley is famous. There's Jamil Shaw.
Yeah.
Jamil Shaw was a young boy in LA. He's just one of thousands. His killer killed him 24 hours after being released, an early release, and it was an ICE detainer hold, and it wasn't honored by Los Angeles. Okay? Anyone can cherry pick examples, I'm sure we can. But we all know that that's just one of those. And there's also John Durkin. I mean, we can go down the list. The point is, you have an oath of office, and you want to protect the citizens. Why on earth would we want to violate federal law, violate the Constitution, and tie the hands of law enforcement? Nobody's anti-immigration. No one's anti-immigration, okay? And for people that are outside, trust me, trust the other people here. We don't have hate in our heart. But if there's somebody in a local jail that the feds know something about, and they can coordinate and communicate with the local law officials, I think that's a good thing, and I think most people do too. And it does go beyond that with some employers and some other, municipal stuff. SB 54 is a little thing. But I agree with the lady, California has gone rogue. California is not the Golden State. No one's California dreaming, and we're the joke of the nation, we're the sanctuary state.
And it's a joke.
We do have a candidate running for Senate named Erin Cruz. She's trying to take on Feinstein. And so don't give up hope. I'm not just depressed. We have hope. Erin Cruz can turn the state around.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Stephanie Tejas, and I am a resident of Los Alamitos. And I would ask that Council ask everyone that speak if they are a resident, as this is a Los Alamitos issue.
No, it's not.
I lived in Los Alamitos since Oak reopened back in 1996. And I'm a graduate of Los Al High School. My family moved and was stationed here at Los Alamitos Armed Forces Base with the idea that we would leave in 3 years. We fell in love with Los Alamitos. My mother ended up retiring from her military career here, and my brother ended up joining the military as well after graduating from Los Al High School. And we are very proud in our family of many veterans. And we're proud to be American. Our family has spent over 20 years here, and I'm a special education teacher here. My first teaching position was at McGill Elementary School. Both my children attend Los Alamitos School, so when I say we love Los Al, I truly mean that wholeheartedly. As a resident and as a parent, I am concerned how we plan on spending tax dollars. As a sovereign state, California has the authority under the 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to allocate its limited state resources to priorities that ensure the health and safety of its residents and communities. If the City Council truly believes the California Values Act is unconstitutional, the proper course would be to seek a court ruling. Because they know it will not win in court, they have opted to cost the city resources by making a politically self-serving statement. This process is not logical for such a small city. Roughly 12,000 residents live in Los Alamitos. Immigration fed versus local government is a much larger issue, and that should be fought by a much larger and well-funded participant group. SB 54 is a reflection of our values in California.
No, it isn't.
Enforcing federal immigration laws that fuel mass deportations, separate families, and spread fear through immigrant communities are not among our values. The administration's justification for the anti-immigrant agenda is ungrounded. Targeting immigrants to reduce crime is a misled policy. Extensive research has shown that immigrants are less prone to crime than our native-born Americans. In the U.S. today, there are more than 9 million
Illegal.
whose parents are undocumented
Extranjero.
and 16.6 million families with mixed status. This is a human rights issue that can be led to immense emotional harm, as well as severe negative economic impact. Deportation leaves many children with undocumented parents in foster care.
Tough.
Undocumented individuals targeted are often male, leaving a large number of single mothers struggling to make ends meet after the deportation of their husbands.
Not my problem.
Many children and their parents are living in constant fear of separation. I urge you to vote no.
Boo. That's perversion.
Members, thank you very much for doing this.
My name is Elsa Aldiger, and I'm here representing the Latinos for Trump, and also California Great Again. And I'm speaking on behalf of the legal Latino community. The legal Latino community is being left behind.
That's right.
Yep.
My mom, she's a simple woman, she's a housekeeper. She has to fight for her job. And they said the job that nobody wants, right? And she's fighting all the time because there's other people doing the same job that she does for a lot less money. Not only that, in the community where I live, there's a lot of people that are illegal, they get in trouble, and then the next day I see them there again. Why? Because sanctuary cities are protecting illegal criminals.
Yep.
We have to, please, I beg all of you, we have to do what is right. We cannot think with our hearts, we have to think with our head. And if we really think about it, these people, Jerry Brown, Kevin De Leon, the Democrats are putting illegals before the American people.
That's right.
So, as an American, I beg all of you to do what is right. And when you took your job, I'm sure that you did it for the right reasons, which is do what is right for your communities. So please, when you vote tonight, think about my mother, think about someone like me, that we have to struggle every day to find a job. And we're not, we're not fighting for those jobs that are $25 or $40. We're, I make $16, $17 an hour. And people that come here illegally do the same thing for $10 under the table.
Yep.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
That's
so
correct.
Please, just think about it. Illegal is illegal.
Yep.
Tonight, when you do the vote, just think about it. Legal, illegal. Please. God bless you guys. And thank you so much. And I'm hoping and praying that this is the first city. And I'm hoping and praying that other cities will wake up.
Yes.
And put the American people first. We need to put the American agenda first. It has nothing to do with color. I'm brown. I'm from El Salvador. It has nothing to do with immigration. It has to do with legal and illegal. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Arriba. Arriba del burro.
My name is Greg Siska. I disagree with you respectfully, Mr. Kuzumoto, about how being outside your city doesn't affect me. It does affect me. Your policy of allowing criminals loose out into our communities, they don't just stay in your community, they drive to my community.
Yep.
So you need to be aware that you're affecting my safety unless you vote yes on this. Now, everybody's talking about SB 54 being okay. It's not. I don't know if you're aware or not. These children ought to be aware since they're being used by their parents.
Yes. Yeah. Shameful. Shame.
In a parental fashion, I would take these parents and send them somewhere else so that they can change what's going on with their thinking about how their children should be involved in politics. But SB 54, Board of Education, LA City Council, LA City Board of Education appointed an ad hoc committee to explain the effects of SB 54. What are the effects? Well, there were 6 recommendations by this appointed ad hoc committee of 5 people. They came up with 6 recommendations. The first one is that we do not honor the federal detainers. The communication from your ACLU representative here was very clear what Kevin De Leon says. He says, we're not going to spend any money on helping get rid of deportable criminals in our jail system, which have to be 40% of criminals who are deportable when they get done doing their crime. But this ad hoc committee said that we're going to remove ICE from our jails. We're going to remove the computer, we're going to remove the desk that's inside the jail, we're going to remove the support staff. Anybody who calls ICE and says, hey, come get this criminal, he's coming out of jail now, will be eliminated. The support staff is going to be eliminated. 6 points. All 6 points break the law. It's a lawless law. They break the Federal Communications Act. That's the law they're breaking. They're not allowed to break that law because it's a handshake between the state and the federal government to control the deportable criminals in our society. That's called the Federal Communication Act. When SB 54 goes into effect, they want to stop talking to each other from the federal level to the sheriff's level. That's the violation of that law. And I respect you guys. I love that you guys are doing this. Please be the first city to come out.
Yes.
Stand for, against sanctuary policies. They are criminal behavior. It's lawlessness. And these are, we're talking about undocumented, illegal people, criminals in our society. Let's get rid of these criminals, all right?
Yes.
Help us get rid of these people. Let's remember, they cost money to keep them in jail.
Thank you.
Good work, guys. Good work.
Good evening. I am a community member, and I would like to reiterate a point that was already made today. This administration's justification for the anti-immigrant agenda is ungrounded.
Illegal.
Crime is a misled policy. Extensive research has shown that immigrants are less prone to crime than are native-born Americans.
That's a lie.
You're right, we did hear this already.
Will only fuel hate, bigotry, and racism. And I would like you to think of the students that have to be exposed to this violence in this community in K through 12. Because we do have parents that are immigrants in this community, and these children will be affected. And so this ordinance will only fuel racism, bigotry, and hate. I've seen it as I sat here for over an hour, the violence that I've been exposed to as a person of color is really
That's
triggering
racist
and
in itself.
traumatizing.
So she's actually more racist. That's racist, lady. That's just so offensive.
Hi, I'm a member of this community as well. I recently graduated from the high school. I've been educated here my whole life. And I just want you to know that you guys are my elected officials, and you do not represent me by passing this ordinance.
Too bad.
And I want you to know that if you pass this, we will all remember this in this room. We will remember this administration. We will remember our senators. We will remember you guys. And I just want you to quote one of our presidents who was a relative of immigrants. Immigration policy should be generous. It should be fair. It should be flexible. With such a policy, we can turn to the world and to our own past with clean hands and clear conscience. John F. Kennedy, and I ask you, if you pass this ordinance, will you have a clear conscience?
Yep.
Will you
Yes.
be able to sleep at night knowing what you've done to communities in this entire city? And I think that you know the answer to that is no. And so I'm asking you
Oh,
to
absolutely.
vote no on this ordinance and keep SB 54 allowed in this city.
No.
No, constitutional. And I just want
Oh,
to
never
remind you
mind
that
that.
it takes around 3,000 votes to vote a member on the city council, and I will get 3,000 votes for all of you. Okay? This is not okay.
We've heard that before.
So thank you and vote no.
Sure you will. Are you sure about that? This is California.
Hello, I live in Long Beach, just a mere 10-minute drive from here. I live on Stearns and Palo Verde. And if you could build a big, beautiful wall along the 605, even though that would inconvenience me tremendously, I would give you a thumbs up. Because what you need to do is you need to protect your community. Long Beach City Council has lost its way.
Yeah.
They've forgotten that they're there to represent the citizens of Long Beach, not the illegal aliens. Amen.
Amen.
Here, here.
What a lot of people don't realize is that when a city police department does not recognize detainers, a lot of criminal illegal aliens can be let out on bail. When they're let out, it's very easy for them to disappear. So, not following federal immigration law has a huge impact on the safety of your community. And I would like us to stop, or not us, but the opposition to stop trying to change the language. It's not immigrants we're talking about. We're talking about illegal immigrants.
Aliens. Extranjeros.
Illegal aliens.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Robert Lupton. This issue is pretty simple. Less ICE in jails means more ICE raids in communities. There should be more cooperation between the different police departments and sheriff's departments and ICE, because ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they're only interested in the illegal alien that committed a serious crime. So if an illegal alien doesn't want to get deported, then there's a list of crimes that they should not commit.
Let me have the floor.
Okay. Also, when you cooperate with ICE, you're reimbursed, and that's going to help you on your budget deficit. And as far as there's studies at the Center for Immigration Studies, CIS.org, that documents that immigrants are more likely to be on welfare, and that illegal aliens commit a higher percentage of crimes than the citizens. And I've been to a lot of immigration over border rallies, and the sign that I often see is no borders, no nation, no deportation. That's what they're all about. They are the ultimate globalists when you say no borders, no nations. Nations should have borders and immigration laws. And so I think that's all I have to say. So I'm definitely in favor of this resolution.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. My name is Ron Beck. And here's something I think we should all remember. That's the Kate Steinley. I think you know where I got murdered by the lady on a pier with a father.
Mike.
Just
Microphone.
Microphone.
Just remember that. You might move up. Just remember that, folks. Kate Steinley, murdered by the lady. Released.
Yeah.
Released. Sanctuary cities breed disrespect for the rule of law when the police of all people are told by politicians running the cities to look the other way at illegal aliens. What kind of message does that send? If elected officials pretending to be leaders can turn their backs on laws they dislike. Number two, sanctuary cities burden and endanger the police.
Yes, they do.
Sanctuary cities promote crime and thus jeopardize our citizens. Sanctuary cities pose costs on their residents. Sanctuary cities facilitate and encourage illegal aliens, and they're aliens, not illegal aliens. They are unfair to legal immigrants who waited in line, follow the rules, and show respect for the rule of law. As a result of this porous borders, what do we have? The MS-13 gangs, arsonists, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and murders. And some of the victims are 18-month-old infants to 90-plus-year-old senior citizens. And in closing, I want to thank Jeff Sessions, Attorney General, Thomas Holman, the Arts Director, and God bless USA, and Donald Trump.
Good evening. My name is Art DeVolk. I'm a resident of Los Alamitos. I sat up there many years ago and in a way envy you, in a way I don't. But I would just like to say this. I'd like just to thank you all for the courage, especially for Councilman Kusamoto.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amen.
I've often often heard, you know, we need to have the conversation, we need to have the conversation.
No.
No, the conversation's happening.
Yeah.
And it's starting, and it has to start somewhere. And I'd like to just, I made a comment to the press, got referred to as a local activist. I don't consider myself an activist, I'm just a resident of the Paris community. And I would just like to say that you all take the same oath. Everybody who's been in elected office. The President of the United States took essentially the same oath. The Governor of the state of California takes the same oath. Each representative, senator, and legislator in Sacramento take the same oath. All the way down to county supervisor and to you as city councilor, and even to the appointed people here in the city, in different cities. They all take the same oath. And that oath contains the duty to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. That is a sacred promise that's been made to each and every citizen that you represent, that the president represents, that the governor represents, that the state legislatures represent. They all took that same oath and have that same promise. And because one body chooses to violate that oath, does not confer on them the authority to bully other elected officials into violating their oath. And I think that's what this is all about. We have one group, duly elected, who all took, they represent us. We're all part of this state as well. Whether we voted for them or not, they represent us as well. And they all took the same oath. And what joins us together, California is part of the Union. We're part of the United States. That's right. And the law of the land is the Constitution of the United States.
Amen, amen.
And therefore, you know, that they choose to violate it. That's their choice. That's their choice. But please, don't exercise whatever authority you have to bully somebody else. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello. I'll be honest, I did not plan to speak today. However, there's a large number of Los Alamitos families. I'm a Los Alamitos family. My children grew up here, they go to school here, and they're outside and they can't come in because there's not a seat for them. So they've asked me on behalf of Weaver families to speak out. They've stated explicitly that they were not aware of this ordinance, that this surprised them greatly when they found out and read in the newspaper on Sunday. We as a community were surprised and been doing research trying to make sense of this, right? I know that what we have stated, and my hands are shaking, it's unrehearsed. It's true, live, raw, Los Alamitos families. And what we have looked into is this understanding that the ordinance states that the city has a legal obligation to respect the Constitution.
Amen.
Yes.
And I completely agree with that. However, I think it's important to look and for us to understand and for the council to explain explicitly how does the California Value Act is actually inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution. It has not been stated yet. What we know is within the 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, it states that as a sovereign state, states have the authority within the U.S. Constitution to allocate its limited state resources to the priorities that ensure the health and safety of its resident communities. It is stated within that, within our 10th Amendment. We are aware and understand that within this case, that if Los Alamitos is to pass this ordinance, because it is in violation with California state law, it will cause a litigation. Talking to immigration lawyers and asking around as Los Alamitos residents, we've been trying to make sense of this. If this goes into court, it would impact the tax-paying funding. So we're not even talking about documentation, illegal immigration. We're talking about how you, as a representative of Los Alamitos, are going to use our taxpayer funding. And I think that's important for us to consider, that we are a community of 12,000. How many criminals do we really have here, realistically?
Oh my God.
Okay, us living here, my children growing up here, for us to consider the ramifications of what's going on and what that means for our city, how that represents our city, and how you want to spend your funding. I think it's important. I understand that you're hearing a lot of voices, but I think it's important that you have time to consider the voices you can't hear because they can't get in. And to really listen closely, looking at your emails, sending out and getting a survey or petition from the community, because your job is true. You not only represent California, but you've been elected to represent us, our voices.
Thank you.
Could you hold that for me, please? Excuse me. Excuse me. Good evening, Los Alamitos City Council. Again, my name is Arthur Schaper. I am a member of We the People Rising. I am a resident of Torrance, California. I welcome the announcement and the courage of this City Council. Their decision to override Senate Bill 54, the so-called sanctuary state law, which in fact is a piece of outlaw legislation, if anything else. Yes. The United States, your decision is not nullification, but a restoration of the rule of law in our state and our country. The United States fought a civil war 150 years ago, which affirmed that the United States Constitution is indeed the supreme law of the land. Article 6, Section 2 declares, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land. Yes. And the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws or any state to the contrary notwithstanding." Yes. The legislature is out of control, and so is the judiciary, by the way. Yes. So you will have more credibility than all of them. Yes, I hear a lot about the 10th Amendment. It is abused and ignored, but it does not apply to immigration, which fully belongs to the purview of the federal government. This action is a much-needed remedy against the lawlessness of the Sacramento political class, as well as the brown Nazis who want to steal this land and make it Mexico. The United States won the Mexican-American War from 46 to 48. The country purchased the land for $40 million US. Calculated today, that's about $1 billion. $1 billion. As much as the brown bigots outside don't want to hear the truth, Mexican nationals during the Mexican-American War wanted to become Americans, and they begged for the American president to annex the entire country into the United States. The American Civil War was not a simple conflict between North and South, but even within the South, pro-Union and anti-slavery forces seceded from the Confederacy and reasserted their commitments to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. West Virginia refused to secede and became a state of its own. Eastern Tennessee almost broke away. And there were free cities which emerged throughout the South, refusing to recognize the slaveocracy and the corruption of the Democrats in Virginia. Seems like we're reliving this all over again. They didn't get the message. They lost. It is a shame that California's elected officials put illegals ahead of Americans. From Kate Steinle to Ruben Morphine, Dominic Durden, Brendan Mendoza, Marcello Bizzarello, and the average of 25 Americans a day killed by illegals. It's time for we the people to take back our state and make sure that those lives were not lost in vain. This is your time. You have not just the opportunity, but an obligation to reject Senate Bill 54. I am urging you to do this, and as I've urged my own city to do the same. It is unconstitutional, and it's good for you to reassert the authority of our Constitution. Thank you. These colors don't run, baby. These colors don't run.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luz Beltran Acevedo, and I am a Mexican American. I recently moved to this great city because we have a great school district. I have 2 daughters, and because it resounds Los Alamitos, it makes me feel like I'm part of this land. I've been here in California 25 years. I have 2 daughters, and I research a lot of schools. And my daughters, they recently go to Weaver School. Today, I was driving to work and I heard the news that you guys were about to pass this ordinance. And at the same time, I received an email from that school telling us that this week is the week of compassion, responsibility, empathy, and support. Because this is what this great district is teaching our kids. And that's why I want to thank the city of Los Alamitos for that. But at the same time, how can I explain to my daughters if you ask me for how can I explain to my daughters that I'm going to be scared that my family members are going to come to my house?
She's illegal.
And my neighbors of the immigration. Do you think it's fair? I just ask you to reconsider this. I'm a real mom. Nobody paid me. I live here. I live in Saratoga. I go to, my kids go to Weaver. And it took 2 years to be able to move here and research the best school for my kids, because I believe that every kid deserves the best. And I'm talking to you from the bottom of my heart, because I don't want to be scared walking on Catawba, going to the great bakery that we have.
If you're not
and
illegal,
be
you
scared
have
that
nothing to worry
my
about.
neighbors, I'm going to be looking at me because I'm Mexican American. My husband is a Mexican American too. He served in Afghanistan war. And he's taking care of my kids right now, and I'm here speaking out because I don't want my 2 daughters to be afraid of walking on our streets, on Los Alamitos. So please reconsider your decision and please vote no. Thank you.
If anybody has nothing to worry about that, and God bless you, your husband. I salute him. Good evening. Good evening. I came to talk about the Parks and Rec and the budget. My name is Pedro Pelas. The last time I stood here and introduced myself as Pedro Pelas, it was after our city was kind of made a national media phenomenon because of something that one of our elected officials did. And
Good for him.
I felt that it was at that point my duty to come out and speak to the importance of what it is to be an immigrant in Orange County, the son of an immigrant. I'm also a proud veteran of the United States Air Force. So I would appreciate that you give me that respect.
Thank you for your service.
I served the country. I wore the flag on my shoulder for many years. And so this isn't directed to the crowd outside on both sides of this issue. This is directed at you guys. Why? Why now? Why are you dragging Los Alamitos into this partisan fiasco that you've created outside?
No. Excuse me, you've spoken, right? Let me speak.
He addressed us. So.
Here's the issue. Why now?
Please don't speak.
I'm wondering, is there something bigger here? Do we have a councilman that has bigger political aspirations and wants this as his basically stepping stone to something else? This is not helpful to the city of Los Alamitos.
Actually, it is. It needs to be done.
This is actually irresponsible.
No, it isn't.
And you're gonna stand here and
It's
tell me
outside.
about the Constitution, about the United States versus the national Constitution? That's what you're gonna tell me? The state of California goes against the national law all the time.
No, they don't.
Why this one? I didn't see you, when we the state led proponents for like gay marriage against what the national
We
law was
rejected
saying.
it,
Before
actually.
the Supreme Court decided it was unconstitutional, nobody here came out and argued that the state was wrong. When the state legalized marijuana, against the federal marijuana laws, nobody here stood here and started banging about the Constitution. Why is it the immigration issue that is now the situation?
It's federal law.
So is the marijuana law, so is everything else. I would appreciate if people that would let me finish, okay? Why?
Nobody up there is a constitutional, I know all of you, I don't think any of you are constitutional scholars. This law will be fought in the courts. It's not for the city of Los Alamitos. Let the courts decide. The federal session, the Attorney General, filed a lawsuit against the state of California. But yet we feel that it's important to jump ahead of it. Lastly, I want you to turn around and look at that proud logo of the city of Los Alamitos. Look at that logo. There are two flags in addition to the American flag. The Mexican flag and the Spanish flag. Don't forget where we came from.
Judeo-Christian ethic.
And I'm here to say I support all of you and your decision, whichever way it may go. But I want to say that illegal immigration has nothing to do with Mexican Americans or Chinese or Vietnamese. There's many, California is a melting pot. I'm actually half Hawaiian, half Caucasian. So my mother came here when Hawaii was still not a state. And she had to show her immigration papers and go through that whole process, right? This is not a victimless, illegal immigration is not victimless. I've been in healthcare for the last 30 years. I have delivered more children that their families came here for the sole purpose of delivering their children so they can be American citizens. Okay? The sole purpose. We paid for their health care 100%. Okay? They didn't have to pay a dime.
That's wrong.
And those children are now allowed to have the full benefits of being American citizens. So they come and they deliver, and then they fly home. Okay, there's many, I can tell you, Chinese, Vietnamese, Mexican, all over other parts of the world. It's not victimless. Somebody pays for that. It's not a free service that people think that it's free, and there's consequences. I just had to write off a bill, right, that was $200,000 by something that was mandated by the state of California, that if this child tests for a certain disease, then they're required to have certain testing. Well, in China, this medication is not something that America uses, so we have no knowledge of it. And so this person got testing that costs a lot of money that's mandated by the state of California, right? And then it was used against us. And then we had to forfeit that bill. So it's things like this that happen every day that many people are not aware of, but I am. And I believe that what you're doing, somebody has to be strong. Somebody has to set precedent. And if it's the little town of Los Alamitos, so be it.
Yeah!
Great, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Que bueno.
Hi there.
Hi there. I'm Linda Fine, and I am a resident of Los Alamitos. And I have been for over 30 years. My children went to Los Alamitos high schools, middle schools, grade schools. I actually taught at the high school. And I am saddened by this, unfortunately. I do applaud anybody who takes on the job of managing the city. I know sometimes it can be a thankless job. However, I don't think that this ordinance is doing Los Alamitos any good. Actually, just proposing the ordinance has brought us into the limelight that I don't think we wanted.
We need it. It's too late.
It's a double-edged sword. No matter what we do at this point, it's not going to be good.
It's not our fault.
We have media out there. There are tons of people who don't live in Los Alamitos who seem to be afraid of what's going to happen in their community. But this is my community. And
it's my country.
I don't think that we should be doing this. I think that if it's going to be legal, should be legal between the state of California and the federal government. I do not think that we should be getting into this fight financially or just doing this to our community. It's already ripping our own community apart, and it's bringing people from the outside into our community. One way or the other.
What, so I'm not allowed to be here? Excuse me? I can come anywhere I want to. This is America. This is my state. This is my country. Afuera. Oh, it's creepy. It's creepy. Flashlight girl.
Evening. Councilman Warren.
She's a criminal.
Do you want to talk about bullying? What do you call about ripping a mother away from her children in San Diego? What do you call abducting loved ones?
Rule of law.
What do you call rounding up Japanese for internment camps?
Oh my
That's
God.
bullying.
Oh my God.
The California Values Act protects us from bullying.
God.
Shut the hell up!
Whoa! Whoa! I feel bullied.
I feel bullied. ICE automatically gets the fingerprints of anyone who gets booked. Under SB 54,
She's hilarious.
our prison system will inform ICE about release dates for dangerous felons, and sheriffs will also give ICE a heads up when violent felons will be released. But the thing is, this administration has a very loose definition of what a criminal is. So what SB 54 does is make sure is to stop illegally detaining innocent people, people who are not dangerous criminals.
Yes, they are.
And it's going to get our police, our local police, out of the business of assisting a federal agency. I mean, come on. Do you think every city has the resources to help a federal agency?
Yes.
Yes. Anyways, if you want to hear another example, City of Cudahy, they were their crime rate when they became a sanctuary city because people felt more comfortable talking to the police. They felt more comfortable cooperating with law enforcement. I see the opposite happening if you pass this ordinance.
Oh.
I see this city getting a bad reputation. It also makes me wonder, how much money do you have? How much money do you have in your reserves? Do you have money to burn?
How about
Because
Cudahy?
you're
They got
going to
nothing.
face lawsuits if you pass this ordinance. Do you want to put your residents through this? Ask yourself that. Do you want to put your residents through this?
Yeah.
Is this how you want to spend the public money? I don't think so.
You live here.
So it's definitely not a good. It's definitely not a good idea to vote for this ordinance.
These guys are losers.
If you really want to handle this, take it to the courts. Don't take it to the people. Don't.
Oh. What?
Don't take it as council chamber.
Take off your glasses.
Shut the hell up!
Wow. Robin, are you okay? Afuera.
Oh, and these people here, they're professional trolls, okay?
Show me my paycheck.
No, they have gone everywhere. They have harassed communities of color. They have pepper sprayed kids. They have drawn a gun out on innocent people. These are not the people you need to listen to. Listen to your residents. Show your face.
Wow, show us your face. Why does she hide behind glasses?
Say that we endorse this ordinance. It is a common sense approach to the issue, and the topic has made worldwide news.
Crazy.
But today on the John and Ken show, I thought I heard a very good analysis of what the issue is, and that is this: the state is asking cities to break
Federal
law. It's that simple.
Yep.
And this ordinance seems like it's a common sense measure to address the issue for municipalities.
Yep.
And we endorse the ordinance and hope that a revolution starts here tonight. That other cities, municipalities, and counties throughout our state will follow the lead.
Yes. Here, here.
As to litigation, there are also
organizations that would step in and to support the city. Federation for American Immigration Reform and other organizations. And as well as that, perhaps even our top cop, Jeff Sessions. So thank you for presenting this common sense ordinance. It's about public safety and the rule of law. Thank you.
Yeah! Yeah!
Hi, thank you for taking comments from the community today. I'm a local resident. I'm a member of Community Congregational Church, United Church of Christ, just down the street.
Oh,
and I'm a mom.
they don't believe in Jesus, really.
We were drawn to this community because we were told that it was a warm, safe community with great schools. And I have to tell you, as a mom, there's nothing more that I want than to raise my child in a community that is safe and warm and welcoming.
Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Just wave at him.
Exactly the opposite. How can I feel
He doesn't look at it.
about my child if I live in a place where my immigrant brothers and sisters feel afraid to report crimes to the police for the fear that they will be behind me? How can I feel that this is welcoming to children like mine, who is an American born but has immigrant roots?
So what?
That her own
I have
family
immigrant
members
roots too.
and family members would not feel welcome here. My corporation feels welcome. This is, I think you need to think
I have
seriously about
immigrant
the message you're
roots.
sending to young families
Everybody
like
has
mine,
immigrant
who
roots.
will very seriously
From Adam and
question
Eve.
what I am, whether I'm in the right community, whether this is a place where we should raise families.
Go somewhere else.
The last thing that I would like to address is the fact that I too love the Constitution, and I understand being concerned about its values. I would like you to remember the Fifth Amendment's guarantee of due process before anyone deprived of life, liberty, or property. And if you read SB 54, which I encourage you to do, what it is doing is asking ICE to respect the Constitution. It's holding ICE accountable to the Constitution. If ICE wants to get a judicial warrant to arrest an immigrant, they should do so. That would be unconstitutional.
Good evening, Mayor Edgar, Mayor Pro Tem Cusimorto, and the council members. I just want to extend my gratitude that you're willing to take all of this comment and offer your listening ear as you consider this very deeply. I'm the Reverend Melinda Teeter Dudge, and I co-pastor the Los Alamitos United Methodist Church, just about a mile and a half down in East Long Beach, a faith leader in joint communities, and I represent also CLU, Clergy, and Laity United for Economic Justice.
Oh, brother.
Many people have already spoken to the
Crazy
lack
liberal.
of groundedness and I would say lack of transparency behind this ordinance right now, so I'm just going to state that the ordinance is a blatant violation of the city's legal obligation to follow the California Values Act.
Too bad.
Tonight, I bring to you, however, the collective and diverse voices of my faith tradition and the communities that
I took a few photos, so that means I shut it off and come
I
back.
speak against this ordinance tonight as a community faith leader, a mother of children being nurtured in Los Alamitos schools, a diligent Los Al school volunteer, and Girl and Boy Scout troop leader right here. I speak to you as a Christian leader who lives like you in a beautifully diverse community. Many of us feel united by the love of God through our interfaith and interethnic relationships, and united through our scriptural narratives as a major faith traditions. You see, it is an indivisible, an inherent part of who we are as a faith community. Our work to care for one another. Our work to open our hearts and resources to learn from and serve alongside one another so that all may prosper. It is an inherent tenet of our faith and how we live our daily lives to welcome and honor all peoples. This is who we are as a faith community, and I would say who we are as the great American city of Los Alamitos and the state of California. We welcome all, we care for one another, we steward our resources so that all may thrive and lead. We protect the
I read a book
vulnerable.
once in a while.
But in considering and possibly enacting this ordinance, the City Council is sending a clear message to our wide community that it does not want to protect immigrant communities and that it supports the Trump administration racist and anti-immigrant agenda.
Lie. Perversion.
I ask for some grace and some respect. I implore the City Council to defend and protect, not to deny or strip away the dignity and
Looks
civil
like he's
rights
gained some weight.
of the people who
Fat
call
boy.
Los Alamitos the state of California.
Gordita.
The tenets of my faith follows through me this evening. You shall also love the stranger, for you too were strangers in the land of Egypt. As you continue your work tonight and the days ahead, I implore the council to be resolute in its efforts to ensure the Los Alamitos and the state of California is a true place of welcome for all people. Thank you very much.
Let them into your home, lady.
Are you doing a V for victory?
Yes, I am. And peace for peace.
I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm kind of scatterbrained. I don't have anything prepared, but I am extremely proud of my Mexican heritage. But let there be no mistake, I am 100% American.
Yeah!
I am extremely proud of my grandparents and my parents who made those tough choices to come to this country legally.
Yeah! Yeah!
They fought and scratched and fought their way, and my father served this country very proudly.
Yes.
It angers me that people use the term immigrant versus illegal immigrant
Yes.
or undocumented, and they interchange those so easily. That is, they're completely different. I love immigrants. I have a lot of friends and family who are immigrants of many diverse cultures. We are not talking about whether we love these people or care for them. This country, the United States of America, cares for more immigrants, illegal and legal.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. But we cannot sustain what is happening. All of this is snowballing out of control. And yeah, it's a double-edged sword, but I see our council tonight making a statement, and we are at the tip of the sword.
Yes.
In God we trust.
Yes.
Don't let the noise from this issue cloud your judgment. Warren, I thank you for bringing this item. I'm proud to be a Los Alamitos citizen.
Yes.
And a resident of this community. I'm a proud American. I thank you for that.
Amen. Yeah. Qué bueno. Très bien.
I heard a lot of good people from Los Alamitos. And, you know, it's sad to
Go back to
say,
Europe.
the last time I heard about Los Alamitos, where a city council member posted a poster or a meme of Obama with a bunch of watermelons in the White House. And now the councilman brings the races here again to the city of Los Alamitos. These people here that can you let me speak? The races here, not from this city, from other cities like Torrance, Long Beach. It's a fact. The race. Can you let me speak?
So you guys
Stop being racist.
Let's just address us, please.
I know, but
no, I know.
He's getting angry.
It's I hear a lot of people talking about immigrants, illegal immigrants. And we forgot to mention who were the people already here. The indigenous people of this continent. Who was here? The Tonga were already here.
No, they weren't.
The Hachimen were already here.
No.
Mexican people have indigenous ancestry. So I don't consider myself an immigrant or descendants of immigrants. I'm indigenous to this continent. This person here, Elsa, she looks like a full-blood indigenous person, but she identifies as white. She claims that
Racist.
it's hard for her to find a job. She's not working right now. She spends her time going to her son's school and harassing the teachers, talking about their kids are being indoctrinated by the liberals.
Yep.
All I gotta tell her is get a job. Stop making excuses. Arthur right here. You know, get a job.
Regular order.
I want some silence here. Sir, if you want to continue on, please do, but address us.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my point is, don't bring hate to this community. Los Alamitos, I heard the young little girls speak, all those people from different races.
She wants to date the little
And you
girl.
know, like they're about love and peace. But when you bring into the community all these racist bigots that go to different cities and harass people, you know, they interrupt the meeting. You talk about rules and laws, and they only do is interrupt people. They get triggered easy. They're a bunch of snowflakes. So
Just
all
talking.
I ask is for you to think about what you did, because
Mm.
Oh my God. And again now, Los Alamitos is going to be known for what? For racism.
He's Japanese, you moron.
Councilman that talked about
Japanese
Obama
descent.
used the watermelons in the front lawn in the White House. Again, we're here because of this negativity that the city brought. So again, stop supporting racism, stop supporting the bigoted sculptures that hide behind the flag. Thank you.
We boo. Afuera. Afuera.
Me?
Yeah.
My name's Eric. I'm with OCLU, Orange County Communities United. In the short notice that y'all tried to push this ordinance, we put together a petition to handle the city clerk. For the record, in 2 days we did collect 84 signatures against the motion or the ordinance rather. Just real quick, if we're brown Nazis, does that make y'all Nazis? Is that the direct opposite? At the end of the day, the idea or the comment that this is not racist or that this is not anti-immigrant because somebody said to look at the rugby team is racist. That is the equivalent of I have a black friend, so I cannot be racist. That doesn't make any sense. That is the equivalent of
So you don't support diversity?
so I cannot be racist. We understand that has been used for years to justify the fact that your anti-immigrant or racist agenda is being pushed. Let's get those out of the way really quickly. Quite frankly, the California Values Act is within Constitution.
No, it's not.
Is constitutional. At the end of the day, the ordinance is blatant violation of the city's legal obligation to follow the California Values Act. I understand that you want to enact some sort of, I don't know what drives you to bring this controversy if it's not necessary. It absolutely is not necessary for you to put forth divisive methods that bring the community out in such a rage that pit us against each other. At the end of the day, you're going to have people that are absolutely anti-immigrant, and for you to say that it is not is a blatant lie. The city council has provided rather just no explanation or no legal merit rather as to why this ordinance or what this ordinance will do other than exposing itself to a lawsuit that you will not win. So you're using taxpayer dollars ineffectively. If the city council truly believes, which has been said earlier, truly believes the California Values Act is unconstitutional, the proper course would be to seek a court ruling. I would suggest y'all do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
They can't file an ordinance until the ordinance passes.
I was born and raised in Los Alamitos. I raised my son here. He's gone through the same schools I did. It's a beautiful little community, and I will tell you, I have to apologize because you're sitting up there being called racist just because your skin is white, and that is racism itself.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you.
So what I'd like to say is, I would like to commend the mothers who brought their children to speak because I think an active citizenry and training your children up makes it a better community to live in. Though I would say you might want to let them provide their own words as opposed to reading someone else's, because after the council, you get really touched by the children and the honesty that comes from them.
If it's honest.
There's a person from the ACLU that spoke earlier. She called you racist, and yet I grew up in this community, and we didn't really see race. I know that's hard for people to believe, but there were Hispanics, there
Quiet.
were Black people, there were Indian people, and the kids, we just played together. We didn't look at each other's skin color. This is what's dividing us. It's not that our Mayor Pro Tem brought forward this resolution. This is simply just to protect us from those who might cause us harm.
Yeah.
Other people have spoken here today that have said, I moved to Los Alamitos because it's safe, and I came here because of the schools. And I've seen on the news lately how MS-13 is bringing in younger gang members that are infiltrating the high schools and are taking over the high schools. So I would ask those parents, is that what you want for your children and for this community? This is not, I'm frustrated with myself that I'm getting drawn into this whole part of it that's racist, but I just wanted to set some things straight. I do believe what my husband said about we are the true sword, and I commend all of you for having the guts to sit up there and to listen to all the differing views, and I know you personally, the majority of you, and I know that you're good people. I know that you're going to pray about this if you're God-fearing people, and I know that you're gonna use your common sense to make the right decision. But when you are threatened with a lawsuit or getting reelected, which we've heard many, many times before, I will tell you this, as a Los Alamitos citizen, I've got your back.
Yeah!
I'm like a dog of the bone, and I will make sure that if you move forward with this, which I encourage you to do, I will be there to have your back. I will rally people behind you, and I will try and do it in a respectful, decent way.
We'll all be there with you.
And the last thing that I have
Hallelujah.
to say, there was a comment made about Mayor Pro Tem Kuzumoto bringing this forward merely because he wants to go up the ladder. I will mention to you that Mr. Carvajal is looking to run for city council. So, Mr. Carvajal, the mirror is right there for you to look at yourself. Thank you very much.
Yeah! We'll help you out, lady. We will help you out.
Good evening.
Come to my city.
Can you hear me? Okay. So before I begin, I would like to, specifically see my time to people who were here first, because I think people who are here first should have the most say in this ordinance.
Me.
So is there anyone from the Peru Indians who are here for over 3,000 years? Are there anyone here from the Spanish colonizers in 1769?
Me. I was born in 1980.
What about Los Alamitos and Los Alamitos branches? Or any of the Mexican, Belgian, French, and German immigrants and migrants who came here to work on the farms and the tea farms here. And I got this all from your city website, just in line. And I just wanted to highlight that, immigrants are not only your future, they were your past. So my name is Tim, and I'm the activism director of the Orange County Young Democrats. And we are here to oppose this ordinance because it would deprive immigrants of protection of California law.
Deprive us of future votes.
Under the Trump administration, the federal government is trying to pressure local law enforcement to become
It would deprive them of future votes. That's why they're here.
In response to this federal overreach, the state of California adopted these laws to prevent local law enforcement from being commandeered by the federal government. Specifically, the California Values Act prohibits local law enforcement from transferring people to federal immigration authorities.
They should.
And protects against unconstitutional detention.
Lie.
Now, when SB 54 passed last year, it was a huge victory for our immigrant communities.
No, it wasn't.
But passing this ordinance tonight would only feed the rhetoric of fear that is propagated by the Trump and Sessions administration. And we believe this has no place in Orange County. Now, the city of Los Alamitos, some of you claim that this SB 54 is unconstitutional. But the Supreme Court has long held that states do not have to be active participants in the enforcement of federal policies. In New York versus the United States, the Supreme Court held that the federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of the political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. And so we believe that these sanctuary laws are not only essential to protecting the rights of our immigrants, it's also protecting the rights of public safety.
Lie.
We believe the police cannot do their jobs if they cannot gain the trust of the communities that they are policing. And they cannot gain that trust if they are seen as just another arm of ICE. Witnesses in crimes will not report crime if they believe contact with the local police could lead to being deported, as so many other crimes will go unreported. Furthermore, there are simply not enough resources for police departments to act as both local law enforcement and federal agents. Now, as the President and his Attorney General talk tough on crime, actual policies show that they are more concerned with family separation than they are at putting real criminals in jail.
Oh my God.
And we hope that these priorities are not shared in the council. Thank you very much.
Hillary lost.
My name is Denise Miller. I'm not a resident of Los Alamitos, but I live across the street. Thank you for giving all of us an opportunity to speak tonight. I certainly appreciate it.
I met him at a Hillary rally.
Your service to the
I
city
did,
of Los
because I went to
Alamitos.
troll him.
I can't believe anybody would call you racist, but
Yep.
I've been outside for 3 hours, so I've missed those comments. I'm here tonight having read the 2 assembly bills and the Senate bill that form the basis for the lawsuit brought by Judge Sessions against the state of California. And I've read your ordinance, The woman behind me is making me nuts with her constant interruption of the speakers. Sorry about that. And I've read your ordinance, and I just don't understand why it needs to go forward. There's a federal lawsuit pending against the state of California about these issues, and I would encourage you just to drop the ordinance, let the federal lawsuit ride, see what happens.
We can't
and
wait.
Have direction for all the cities in the state of California at some point following the conclusion of that lawsuit. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there. How you doing this evening?
Hi. Sorry.
Wow, some change.
Okay,
come on.
Hi.
You go, girl.
My name is Michelle Teo. I am a citizen of obviously the United States of America. I live 5 minutes away. I have been here since I was 8 years old. I went to elementary school here. I went to Chadwick. I went to Hollis Middle School. I went to Los Alamitos High School. And I am not okay with this ordinance. I have friends who are undocumented. They are people.
What's their
They
names?
are not illegal.
Give me their names.
And it makes me angry to be here tonight. I cannot believe I am here tonight in this city I was raised in. And it just makes me speechless. It makes me sad. This is not what humans do. Deportation is not okay.
She's not speechless. She's talking.
Mayor Pro Tem Kusamoto, I apologize if I messed up your name. But for me, what I heard from you was, I want to protect the businesses. I do not want to protect the people.
Oh, brother.
When did he say that?
There is so much I want to say. First of all, everybody who's been laughing about, oh my God, Indians, why are we bringing up Indians? Is because we are living on indigenous land. We are living on the land of the Tongva Nation. The United States was founded on the genocide of Indian people. Oh Lord, it's true, it's horrible. Yes, we paid the military to slaughter Indians. And I am not okay with that. We are all immigrants here.
Not me. I was born here, honey.
I see people rolling their eyes. I see people rolling their eyes. I hear this. You are Japanese, I assume. Your parents
No, he's
or
American.
your grandparents came from Japan. My parents, I feel strongly about immigration because my parents are from the Philippines. While they are not undocumented, I know their struggles. I know how hard it's been for them, the racism they see, and as a woman of color,
No, you're
I
not.
grew, oh Lord,
Damn.
oh Lord, yes. I
Let me say, honey, I'm darker than you are.
I did not. I thought the same thing. I thought, oh, there's no such thing as race. I don't see it. It's because I was lucky that as a privileged Asian woman in a white school, I was okay.
Oh my God, it's so
well,
racist.
actually, there was an instance of racism. That is true. Where
the greatest president that God ever created.
I have color in my skin. Mexico deports them.
Mayor and fellow council members, my name is Rafael. I'm from Torrance, and I'm with all wonderful supporters.
Yeah.
I never coach Ching or any kind of razor term. And I want to tell you, I support you cooperating with ICE. Every country has their own immigration laws, and they should follow it. And our national language is English. And everyone should be able to speak English. Yeah. If you go to the Japan, you have to follow their rules. Nobody give them free stuff because they come here illegally. I think a lot of people are calling me the racist and my friend racist. You know why the racist? Those people on the back.
That's right.
That guy.
They call me banana or what kind of language they call me? Well, I'm not afraid. If we don't have a standard and a law, then what's gonna happen? We are gonna have pure anarchy.
Yes.
So please cooperate with I. Thank you so much.
Yeah! Start with Nowie.
Here, Nowie.
Yeah. Selfie with Nowie. No, I want one. Me.
Honorable members of the council, my name is Patrick.
No.
And speak with the occasion of this ordinance, which I think is incredibly divisive.
We already know where I live.
You've heard from children, you've heard from parents, you've heard from residents of this community who are very shocked and concerned about how this makes us feel. It does not represent the values of Los Alamitos. It does not represent the values that I teach and preach every Sunday in our community.
What do you preach?
And by inviting in controversy, by inviting in conflict, what you're doing is dividing Los Alamitos. It is not bringing it together to reach the goals that we want to do. And there needs to be a way that we can come and focus on the things that we are called to do that are most important. And I tried to bring some of that today by bringing, instead of conflict, bringing some music, bringing some lighthearted concern and compassion to this gathering. And I hope that you, as your public responsibility, can have the foresight and the wisdom to resolve this enlightening conversation, much the way that you suggested. One of the options is just to take input, decide, you know what, this is not how we need to move forward for our community. This is not the kind of spotlight that we want on Los Alamitos. We want to be known for all the things that we're proud of. We want to be known. Your legacy as public servants should be for the good that you're doing in the community, not for the things you're doing to private. So I hope to serve you in that topic.
Put them into your home.
How are you doing?
Oh my God.
Rabbi Jonathan Klein.
He's a fake rabbi.
Clergy and lay in the United Brethren. Justice and some of my colleagues and good friends in the faith community have already spoken.
Fake rabbi.
Ours is a nation of immigrants. We always have been. We always will be. And in that context, our Statue of Liberty says, emblazoned upon it, looking out at the seas, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, the tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. It's an invitation for the community to say that this is a great nation made of immigrants.
Those two Russian Jews.
And what we have, unfortunately, is a moment in time when there's been all of this progress and then a president who has threatened to essentially deport people that he's living. And we have a moment in a particular city where deep disgust is growing.
Wolf kisses.
It is a circus. Where people are.
Look at all the animals out there. Look at all the fine human beings out there.
By the way, this is Arthur. He's going to be speaking in Siskiyou County, which is, they did vote to...
And they don't comply with Senate Bill 54.
No,
they don't.
We don't.
They don't.
Because our supervisors think citizens, legal citizens, should come first.
Okay.
You can take a seat over there.
Okay. I'm just checking on Wolf kisses. Okay.
Go take a seat because they're going to pitch a fit.
Okay. Just really quick. I just want to make sure it's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You colleagues and others have pointed out for why this is just a way to
They're my friends.
So I
sit down.
connect with you from my Jewish background, someone who knows what it's like to not be able to be settled in a community because my people for thousands of years were pushed from community to community, not welcome. In the Soviet Union, we did not have citizenship to a state.
But they didn't break into the country.
We were not entitled to be rooted in any place, and we know what happened to our people.
What do you mean,
it's
your
just
people?
time for this nation to move past
Are you guys
this
slaves?
deep analysis of who people are and recognize that all of us have ambitions to just live our lives freely and fairly, and that everyone should be afforded that basic dignity. I thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision and do not support this.
Shame on you exploiting Jewish people.
I'm a resident of Los Alamitos.
Yay.
With the community congregation of United Church of Christ.
Yeah.
My pastor spoke just before.
There ain't nothing Christ-like about them.
Oh, well. I was stunned.
Okay, Wolf kisses, thanks. Wait, let's get a photo really quick. Okay, right there. Ireland doesn't let anybody in.
With my brother, who was 2 weeks old. They came through their family.
Who's, oh, Debbie Butcher. She's a hardcore conservative activist.
To a better life. We served the United States as builders, teachers, Port Authority police officers after 9/11 and before, veterans, nurses, and health administrators. We did pretty well. Even two of my brothers were pretty highly placed on Wall Street. We had a big family, obviously. This is a country of immigrants. Whenever we have treated immigrants poorly, without compassion, history has proved its shame. Refusing work for the Irish, locking up the Japanese, refusing sanctuary for people fleeing the colonies.
The Japanese weren't immigrants. They were born here.
We are a small city.
And I only have the officer to escort us out.
Okay, absolutely. We're gonna need it. So much
Let
hate.
us not be the little city in history to refuse sanctuary to our neighbors. Known for tearing apart families.
Councilman Chirico, and Councilman Murphy. I want to thank you for allowing me the time to speak today on the proposed bill to opt out of SB 54, better known as the Sanctuary State Law. One of the arguments that's going around is why you guys want to opt out of the bill is that you don't feel that you can fulfill your duty as a council member who swore to protect the Constitution and serve the California law at the same time. While I'm not a lawyer, and I don't intend to be one, I just want to offer the argument that the law in question does not break the law. Breaking the law would be if California set up its own system to deport immigrants. It does not do that. What it does is just tell local law enforcement to not assist ICE agents in deporting undocumented immigrants. I don't think, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say this is not a court of law. Personally, I think you guys should wait until Jeff Sessions' lawsuit goes through in California, see what happens there, and then after that goes through, make a decision. That's what I think. But I don't want to speak about law. I just want to speak as a citizen of Los Alamitos. Someone who went to Los Alamitos High School, graduated in 2013, and someone who works at the UC over here. Yep. Mayor Pro Tem Kishimoto, you probably remember this, but your son Darren went in the same class as me. Yep. We had the same friend group, we hung out with the same people, and I can tell you unequivocally, if this ordinance passes, some of our friends and their families are going to be getting it.
Too bad.
I hope that you as a parent can understand the grief and the misfortune of having half your family sent back to the country. So please don't pass this ordinance. Councilman Hasselbrink, you said that you would support the ordinance if it didn't negatively impact the city. Many undocumented immigrants call Los Alamitos their home. They've lived here for years.
Too bad.
Kids go to schools here. If you do go ahead and pass the ordinance and opt out of the sanctuary state, you could be negatively impacting residents who live here and have lived here for years. I think that would count as negatively impacting the city. I want to thank you guys for your time, and please vote no. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Crystal Rodriguez, and I'm here in representation of the California Immigrant Youth Justice Alliance, which is a statewide organization that works with youth across the state, including servicing youth in Orange County. I'm here to say that cities that are against the Values Act are going against the values of the state. Given that residents across California have spoken and they want to protect families, stop the terrorizing of communities, and prevent the use of local resources for immigration enforcement purposes. The youth that spoke today also advocated to protect schools, libraries, and parks, and this is not any different from what I hear on a daily basis from the youth that I work with.
Boring.
The arguments presented by the city on why passing this ordinance
Folks, I'll be right back.
is important are framed as legal.
From the city of Ann, I went to high school there, and I lived right in gang territory. It was very, very bad, very violent. And there was a form of intimidation going on when I lived there. It was by a lot of drug dealers and the gang members.
Yep.
And they wanted us to keep silent and not call the cops when we needed help. And we ended up getting evicted because all of the drug dealers got kicked out of our apartment complex, and they blamed us. And there went their rent payments of cash only and stuff. So they blamed us. We got kicked out.
Oh my God.
I married my husband 16 years ago, and I was like, Los Alamitos, this is a nice place. I like it. Everybody's really nice and welcoming here. But I had to tell him, hey, we have to keep the doors locked. He was like, what are you talking about? And it's just such a different feel for me. And I have 5 children now. I'm a Cal Latina. I'm a Native American, and I just love this place. And I was also part of a Democrat machine at one time. I worked for a state-funded program for low-income and minority students. That's one way that I was able to go to school. I would look students in the eye and try to help them any way I could. But I also realized at the same time that that there was some kind of conspiracy going on where they were saying the money is going to the kids, but like $300 scholarships, while the state-funded program was spending tens of thousands of dollars on ballrooms so they could have conferences. They rented out the entire ballrooms at the Hilton near the state capitol so we could have a conference while handing out $300 scholarships to these kids. And I'm like, how could you do that?
Yeah.
But I didn't say anything at the time, so I'm like, I didn't fully understand what the heck was going on. But at the time, they had already put people in place throughout the legislature and community colleges and universities who would help illegal students. And looking at those kids, I wanted to help them, and I helped them as much as I could because they got to have a future. But the California state government has just caused a huge problem. They're trying to pit people against each other. You're illegal, you're an immigrant, oh, you're white, you're this and that. And we have to take a stand. I got your back, 100%. Amen. And we have to stand here today and say, California, Jerry Brown, enough is enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I want people to stay here, but I want to secure the border.
Yes.
And, peace everybody, okay?
Yeah. Build that wall.
Build it.
Have Nowie build it. He needs a job.
So I grew up here, grade school here, and I've been here for 30 years or so. It's a great city. Thank you for running it so well. I appreciate it. I'm an electrical engineer by training. I'm a project engineer now and an electrical engineer at Double E in aerospace. Double E's down there. I'm a single and to me, this is a simple. We all Double E's took classes in Boolean logic. And to me, it's a simple answer. If A and B, then C.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I was there in Arizona 2 weeks ago.
And you believe in law, it was violating the Constitution, then C, you either step down or you change the law.
Actually looked at this and I was just asking about how to sit that up and they said go to Arthur. So I just found Schaper.
Perfect. Here's my card.
C, if A and B, then C.
Hi, City Council. My name is Paul Scott. I went to Los Alamitos High School, active member of the show choir and other clubs. My grandparents have lived in Rossmore since the 70s. Los Alamitos, I believe, is one of the best cities in the area.
Yep.
But it also tends to be a little bit behind the rest of California's progressive politics. California is a little bit more progressive. That's true. While the rest of California overwhelmingly believes in being a sanctuary state, so much so people have marched in the streets. Our small conservative bubble seems to overwhelmingly believe that they're exempt from following California law. According to the preemptive doctrine in the Constitution, federal law trumps state law unless the state law gives more rights to the people. Then the state law should win.
No.
In this case, the state law wins.
No, it doesn't.
Also, in the ruling of Arizona versus the United States, the Supreme Court ruled in 2012 that despite federal law having ultimate power over immigration law, the state preserves discretion to direct law enforcement agencies as necessary. Jeff Sessions, as we all night, is currently trying to take California to court for their sanctuary status.
They are taking
And since the Supreme Court has yet to make a ruling, Arizona versus the United States should set a precedent for this case. And I don't believe the City Council should vote on such an issue if Sessions' case is still in debate. If we allow you to vote against being a sanctuary city, then we are voting to tear apart families, many of which I went to high school with and I know personally. Yeah. Somewhere along the lines, we forgot that our country is just a land
This guy's a
full of
soy boy.
immigrants trying to escape all used to believing and speak for those who can't be here today in fear of the very legislation we propose that will ruin lives.
Watch him walk behind me.
These illegals are students,
Oh, he doesn't want to.
friends, hardworking citizens who pay taxes that we benefit from, and are only here to make a better life for themselves and their families. We automatically assume illegal means they participate in other crimes, but statistics show little evidence that is true. On a personal note, I didn't come out as gay until college because I knew and witnessed how people in school and surrounding areas within Los Alamitos time and time again ostracized gay people and the little guy or minorities. Or beat up choir friends because being in choir is gay. Or how Los Alamitos there's only 1 or 2 tables that all the African American students sit at. We're supposed to be so diverse, but they don't feel comfortable in their own school. I know what it feels like to be targeted for something outside of my control, and I can't stand to see friends and families be torn apart.
He isn't gay, he just has daddy issues.
That's right.
He just has daddy issues.
Thank you.
There's no identity, it's just
Hello.
too much.
My name is Schaper. I myself am not a citizen of this town. I come from Huntington Beach.
Get out.
And I attend an
Have a nice
immigrant
night.
group, Orange County Immigrant Youth United. And I only bring that up because you state that this issue that you bring up is not bigger than your town. It's bigger than your town. It's bigger than this country. It's bigger than the state. This whole country. And I feel like everyone's brought up already tons of valid points. So I'm not going to restate this. And yeah, you're not going to be able to pass this. But let's pity the assumption that you do. What happens if you pass this? Pass the community being torn apart, your home economy being just absolutely devastated by the lack of workers. The children having to be their own lawyers inside courtrooms. What do we see? What do we see when they're in the detention room? Those doors are locked. We know that many people are raped and sexually assaulted inside detention halls. Many. They're deplorable conditions inside those places. Yes. Dozens die from diseases that are easily treatable outside of those places. And then, that's just a few things. And then when they get outside detention, when they're finally deported to Mexico, not getting anything to really take care of themselves in a country they don't understand because they didn't come from it. They're devastated, they're left homeless, they're left going to drugs, to crime, to actually take care of themselves, you know? And the question is, who are the real criminals here, really? And there's another conversation we have to why people come here, really. What we as a country do in these other places to make people have to come here. So that's a discussion for another time. So I really want you to look past this little bubble and see what happens to people when they actually end up in these places. Thank you.
Barack Obama is a criminal.
My name is Bob Nelson. I've lived in the Los Alamitos community for 47 years.
All my kids have been raised here. Thank God they're all now grown. But anyway, let's go back to when we had President Obama. Remember the conflict that he had with the governor of Arizona? What happened there? She decided that she was going to apply federal law. President Obama said, no, you can't do that. This is a federal issue. What did he do? He basically scrubbed her off the list. And he did what he wanted. Okay? You're taking the same case that we've got right now in the state of California, except now it's flip-flopped the other way. Now Jerry Brown and those people decide that they're going to decide what the hell happens in this country.
No.
I'm sorry. According to the ruling that was done by the Ninth Circuit Court about 3 years ago with this Obama versus Arizona, Arizona lost because they tried to enforce the federal law. Now that Jeff Sessions is in there, now they want to enforce the state law, and what's happening? You got the state officials who are saying, no, you can't do this. I'm sorry, you can't play it both ways. You got to play it one way or you got to play it the other. And it says that the federal law trumps state law. Complain. I understand this is probably going to go to the Supreme Court. God, I hope it does. And I don't see any way in hell that we lose it. Not at all. And I think you guys are doing the right thing. You guys are opening a little bitty peephole for the people in California that don't believe in these, letting these people have free run of our state.
Yes.
I mean, look at the people have that lady up there in Oakland. She basically, the day before ICE was to show up, she told all these people what was going on. ICE had said that they could not find 900 criminals, not illegal aliens, but just criminals, because this lady got away with it. As far as I am concerned, her butt should be in jail.
Yeah!
That's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. And like I say, let's be the tip of the spear for change, okay? Yeah. And
Amen.
I'm sorry if a lot of people don't like it, but there's legal and there's illegal. And they're completely different. I'm sorry. And I don't think we should keep supporting these illegal. Thank you very much.
Yeah! All right. Lock them up. All right.
And I do housing work in Orange County and in LA County as well. I've done about 6,000 units of substandard housing, tenant to tenant, on a rent strike model. These are nasty squalor. You wouldn't like them. I know if your kids are going to rent somewhere, ask me, I'll tell you where not to rent. Every city has its armpit, so to speak. But one of the most common things I hear from my clients, who are oftentimes non-immigrant, Hispanic, is that the landlord is threatening to call ICE on them if they don't pay them the rent. And that is a significant issue to me, because I have to try and overcome this to get them to participate in the quote, justice system that we enjoy here.
Then they shouldn't be here.
And the Sixth Amendment, jury right to jury trial, has been very good to me. I've heard about 400 of them. And statistically not likely that the landlord is going to win. And so I would encourage you to think about that. See, just a month ago, I had a client who was a single mother of 4, in a 1-bedroom, paying $1,600 a month for squalor in Santa Ana. She stops paying rent. The landlord says he's going to have ICE waiting there at the courthouse for her. And I'm sure you've read about instances where the sensitive location definition that ICE uses, in quotes, has been relaxed, and that they have in fact kicked off people out of courthouses. One of the things that the penal code does that Jerry Brown had nothing to do with is it defines that kind of a threat by a landlord as extortion.
Yes.
And that extortion, if the DA is going to prosecute that, what does it require? It requires witnesses. And it's hard enough to get these people, I'm bilingual, it's hard enough to get folk that live in these conditions to come forward and raise their eyes off the sidewalk
and take a chance with me, and the only thing they lose is they get evicted if they lose. To have them try and give testimony against their landlord who has victimized them again. And ironically, though, it may qualify them as a witness tampering crime for a U visa, which is just amazing to me that they would be so ignorant of the consequences of their actions, or don't care. One of the two. And I encourage you to do the right thing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Pass the witness.
Yes, sir, please.
My name is Wes Parker. I'm very familiar with Los Alamitos. My dad owned a business here. I worked at that business, a gas station on the corner of Kentucky and Los Alamitos. I just want to thank the city council here for the ordinance. I believe we should uphold it. The rule of law is very important.
Yes.
Because there's no vacuum in power. We will either be ruled by this republic, where our voices count. We will be ruled by a dictator. We will be ruled by gangs, or we will be ruled by anarchy. So basically, you even see where we are disobeying the rule of law from a representative form of government. We have gangs now ruling in many cities. We have California. We have gangs here. We have Jerry Brown that has turned California into a Confederate state. We have the mayor of Oakland, who is now what is called a gang watch, a gang lookout. So, once we have to also keep in mind, we can't have business owners living in fear. California has forced a need for clarity on this issue. Business owners must know that they are safe to cooperate with ICE. They cannot live in fear. I'm not worried about illegal aliens living in fear. I want them living in fear like every criminal should be living in fear of law enforcement.
That's right.
American citizens need to count first. Of course, needless to say, basically what we've done is we turn our ICE agents now into basically public safety officers. They're not really enforcing immigration laws. They're just using deportation as a way to get rid of the most violent of the illegal aliens. What we're going to be looking for that kind of makes this kind of mute, we will be asking President Trump to basically take all ICE agents out of prison. And what we want is a task force to put those ICE agents and do enforcement in the workplace and in the schools.
Amen.
We want people deported simply because they're here illegally.
Yes.
No other reason. They do not have to commit some other crime for us before they're deported or to be qualified for deportation. Raymond Herrera has a great idea. He wants a task force, for example, in LA, 1,000 ICE agents to just come enforce immigration laws for the illegal alien criminals who have stolen jobs away from American people.
Yeah.
We have to have the rule of law in this here America. We cannot have two standards for if I get pulled over for speeding, imagine if I get pulled over for speeding and says, well, you can't give me a ticket for speeding because I haven't robbed a liquor store in the last 2 weeks. If we got illegal aliens, you can't deport them, right? We got to justify them as because they haven't committed some other crime. No, we want illegal aliens deported. So we'll be asking Trump, stop deporting criminal illegal aliens. And we want you to deport the 2 illegal alien commissioners in Huntington Park.
Yeah! Yes!
The illegal alien that Jerry Brown hired as an attorney. Because if we are not going to go by our rules of law, we have nothing. Thank you very much.
Yeah! Lock them up. That's right. Respect our sovereignty. All right. We just needed Chanel. We'll be all set.
I went to Hopkinton, and the teachers were very supportive. Went to Oak, same thing. Lost out. Same experience throughout the school.
Okay, can you go? What's your name again? Huh? What's your name? I'm Jake.
I think if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have made it as far as I did in my education. I recently finished the graduate program in Long Beach. I worked 2 jobs, applied for scholarships, and I was able to get it done. I don't think, dreamers, undocumented immigrants, I don't think anyone took any opportunity away from me. I think if you work hard, you'll get what you want. And whether you're undocumented or not, I think hard work is hard work. And you deserve to get the rewards for everything you put your effort into. I was just disappointed this morning to read the paper and realize that there was a small city in Orange County that was seeking to pass an ordinance to defy California's sanctuary law. And I was just upset to find out that the city that was in Orange County was Los Alamitos. I didn't plan on speaking here today, but I'm just hoping that you realize what this ordinance stands for many people, and the values and morals that people believe this is going against or coming off as racist. I just think that I hope you reconsider this ordinance, and I hope you realize that Los Alamitos has always been a diverse city, and I'm hoping that you vote to represent everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Important here. Something more important about the humans that we are talking about right now. And let's talk about them as they are humans. It is not about a group of people that are dangerous inherently, and that they are inherent threats to the people who are the safe people. The world is more complex than that, and you know it. It's not brave to make policy that forces us to simplify human beings into those two categories, those that have papers and those that don't. It is not brave to make an impractical statement that you know would not hold up in court just to make a statement. If the City Council truly believes the California Values Act is unconstitutional, the proper course would be to seek a court ruling, and I advise that you do so.
It's called the Constitution, lady. I think she's a lady.
Hi, my name is Ursula. I am a resident in Los Alamitos. I heard about what was going on. I'm going to read from LA Times. What I read about what the agenda is. So the city agenda report argues that the state law is at odds with the U.S. Constitution, and it infringes on the rights of the citizens of Los Alamitos. In view of this contradiction, it is impossible to comply with both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. In this situation, the belief is that the Constitution of the United States has precedence over the Constitution of the State of California.
Exactly.
And what is the Constitution say? It's called a supremacy clause. The supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, establishes that the Constitution, federal laws made pursuant to it, and treaties made under its authority constitute the supreme law of the land. You, as city council members, you took an oath in office. The oath of office that you swore in, it says, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and I will defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yes.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge their duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God.
Yes.
Please uphold your oath to the Constitution. And I would really urge you to please not lie. And when you're under oath and you took that oath, and I respect you that you guys are standing up to the tyranny, the tyranny of California. Governor Brown does not run our lives.
That's right.
Does not take precedence over the federal government. And state thing. Let's do the right thing and obey the Constitution. Thank you so much.
Yeah! Amen. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. All right.
I wanted to thank everybody in the community for coming forward. And at this point, I'm going to bring this back to the council and then close public comment. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, see what he'd like to do next, and then if we have an interest in moving on this, what I'd like to do is to have the city attorney read the ordinance and at least serve it up so that we can take an up-down vote on this. But Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo the thanks to the members of the public that spoke. Wow, I mean, 51 speakers. I appreciate everybody's input and moving. It really is, and I understand the perspective. I think to frame it again, it's not an immigration issue. It's a law issue.
Yes.
Wait, please. And And I think the thing is, I am the product of immigrants. I stand here before you as a person who's descended from someone who immigrated from Japan, two people, and I am here by the grace of God. And I think because we are a nation and a state and a city of law, I think that's something really what's in my heart that's driving this. I know a member of the public asked why and why now, and to be honest, this started back in November. It started back when our state legislators were up there contemplating this law, and I didn't think it would ever pass. I really didn't, and I am shocked that it has. And then the bullying part, if you recall, there's a statement by some leader up in Sacramento that says that if you cooperate, I'm going to come and arrest you. And how crazy is that?
Yes.
That is just great, and that is what is in my heart that says we owe this to our people here. And again, I know another member of the public said this goes beyond our borders, and I understand it does. But we're up here to deal with the folks that are within our borders, and it's not a matter of a border issue. But there are other cities in here in the county that I hope that they're taking a hard look as to what they're doing for their constituents, both residents, citizens, voters, non-voters, employers, employees, because someone had mentioned, I think, about what are you going to do when all employees leave. The employees are here and they deserve the equal protection as well. The ones that are here legally, that are here to E-Verify, the ones that are here with the work permit. So that is all what we have. So I am going to ask that, again, City Attorney, I will make the motion that we adopt this ordinance, and if you could maybe...
Yeah!
The council for comments, but let's go ahead and read the ordinance.
If I may read the ordinance before the City Council for consideration is ordinance number 2018-03, entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, adding Chapter 9.30 Constitution of the United States Compliance.
Great, thank you. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn this back. I've got a motion and a second on the floor. What I'm going to do is open and see if any of the council members want to comment. I'll start with you, Councilmember Murphy.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. It's obviously a very passionate group on both sides. Received more emails and phone calls on this issue than I have on every other issue combined in 6 years. There's a lot of division in the country right now, but there's a lot of spirit here also. Now, it's obvious to me that you can't pick and choose which laws you want to obey.
That's right.
We are a country of laws.
Yes.
April 15th is coming up. Can I opt out?
Nope. I want to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I am against sanctuary cities.
Yeah!
Don't get too excited yet.
Okay.
But I wear a hat as a city councilman. And the question is to me and my colleagues is, are we doing the right thing for the city? And is this the right vehicle for us? I think we would be better off with a staff report, consideration of other avenues of protest, consider the legal ramifications of this and other avenues of protest, consider the costs, consider the United States versus the state of California and how it will affect our ordinance. And finally, I believe this shows the need at the federal level for action and resolution of this matter.
Yes. That's true.
Councilmember Chirko.
Sure, thank you. So I too have concern with what Sacramento has done here in forbidding cooperation between city employees and federal agents. And of course, my concern is not with everyday immigrants. My focus there is more on the limited number of criminal, illegal immigrants. However, I am not a state legislator. I am not a congressman. I am a city councilman for the small city of Los Alamitos in Orange County. And my focus is on our residents and what is best for our city. And I cannot see how passing this ordinance would be good for our city. I'm certain we would be facing litigation by the end of the week, and I would encourage anyone who thinks litigation is a good idea to take a look at our budget for this year, our budget for next year, we don't have the resources to do that, to fight a long lawsuit. We're not the appropriate venue for this. There is a federal lawsuit pending right now in the Eastern District of California. That is the appropriate venue to decide whether or not this law is constitutional.
Okay.
Because there's arguments on both sides, and nobody here that I've heard, and nobody here is a constitutional scholar. That's what we have the federal judiciary for, and they will make the determination about whether or not this law is constitutional. We disagree with Sacramento a lot, on a lot of things. Are we going to start passing laws that say we're not going to follow state law every time we disagree with them? I don't think so, and I don't think that that would be prudent. I like Councilmember Murphy's suggestion that we look at other avenues for expressing our opinion, but not opting out of this law. Thank you.
So I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and yeah, and I agree with Councilmember Churko about Sacramento. I don't agree with them a lot, and you know, there have been many times that this council and previous council, you know, members here, we have tried to fight Sacramento. We had the sober living homes, if you recall, that we were looking at a way to fight that, and we just gave up the fight. And we gave it up because it was tough, and it was going to be costly. And you know what? If we had just stuck to it, I think we might have been able to shape and affect common sense legislation. So another member of the public asked about the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. You know, I opposed it. It was, you know, clear that members of our public, our constituents, were in favor of allowing the growing and you know, growing and use of marijuana for the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. And you know, I understood. I didn't agree with it. I acquiesced. And the one thing I really wanted, which was to me was common sense, let us require our people, our residents, to lock it up. When they're growing in the backyard, lock it up. And that got shot down by the public, and I could not believe this. It's like you've got an attractive nuisance growing in someone's backyard, and you think that if someone got wind of that they would jump over their fence and harvest that. That's just common sense, and that got shut down. So I knew where the constituents lie, and I listened to them. But, you know, we tried, and there have been, you know, we tried the predators in the park. We tried that and got shut down, and this is that time where, you know, this is our finest moment to really send a message to our constituents, the voters in our city, that we're looking after them. Yeah, someone mentioned about being in the bubble. So what if we're in the bubble? The bubble is what we make it and how we protect ourselves and how we sustain and fund ourselves. And that's what we're trying to do. We had a budget workshop earlier, and it's tough. It is really tough. We have a lot of mandates. We have a lot of requirements that are out there that cost us dearly. And we're contemplating a 1 cent tax increase, which is costly to our residents. And that's, we contemplate that to look at how we sustain our way of life and our bubble, if you want to call it that. So to my constituents out there, I'm trying. And you know, if this doesn't pass, it's not because of lack of trying. And I thank my council colleagues here. I apologize for putting them in this really difficult position, but this is something that we need to do. We need to do this now before it's too late. Thank you.
Got to do something.
Thank you. First, I want to commend the two young ladies for getting up here and speaking. It's not about whether you agree with me or not. It's not about bad parenting. It starts at home, where you start enabling and encouraging your kids to be passionate and to speak on that. And kudos to the parents for letting them speak. They were respectful, they were passionate, and they were educated, and I thank you for that.
I want to thank you for that, because we received a lot of heckling from the group in the back as
No,
parents.
and I saw the fear in the little girls, and I don't want that to happen. I should never ever discourage anybody at any age from speaking. So I'm proud of them. Whether I agree with them or not is irrelevant at this point. They got up and they were respectful and they spoke. And thank you very much for allowing them to do that. So I'm going to go back to my high school government class in Article 6. And that pretty much is the law of supremacy, where when the state government and the federal government contradict, it defaults to the federal government.
Right.
And in December of 2014, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and also the Constitution of California. So now I have two entities disagreeing with each other. And I have to go back to Article 6 and what prevails. You know, I found it ironic that the state of California chose to exempt themselves from this federal law, but then they're up in arms when we choose to exempt ourselves from the state law, both based on philosophical principles. So, you know, we're doing the same thing, and one is right and one is wrong. I just find that ironic. You know, since 2011, 2001, we've partnered with federal and state and county and local agencies to strengthen our ties against this. You know, this has never been, to me, about immigration. This has always been about illegal immigration.
Yes.
I want to go another way, and it would almost be like addressing drunk driving and taking the word drunk out of it and just addressing driving.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You've got to keep those two words together.
Exactly.
And we are addressing illegal immigration. I am all for legal immigration. I've been to naturalization ceremonies. They're amazing. They're passionate. They know more about U.S. history than I do. They know more about the Constitution than I do. I am thrilled that we have a system set up that allows people that want a better life in our country to legally go down that path. And yes, we are a nation of immigrants. I get that. I love that. This is not about legal immigration. This is about protecting the illegal immigrants. It is not about going and being afraid of walking down the street because you're a Mexican American. This is about an illegal immigrant creating crime in our city,
yes,
in our state, in our country, and not being held to the same consequences that anybody else who does something illegal, running a stop sign, stealing something, murdering somebody. There are consequences to that. You don't get the luxury of freedom when you do something illegal.
Right.
So I'm strictly keeping this on legal versus illegal. And whatever you want to put after that, whether it's immigration or driving or anything else,
right,
it's legal versus illegal, period. It's very simple to me. So thank you. With my oath in 2014, I need to uphold. I owe it to my city and to myself and to my family to uphold my oath to support the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah!
Okay, so a couple of comments. In 1985, I took an oath. I took an oath to defend this country, the U.S. Navy, like many of you guys as veterans. And so, you know, my dedication and my oath is to the Constitution. You know, a lot of speakers have come in here and talked about, hey, no, you know, Los Al, what are you doing? This is too big a mess. You know, pay attention to the city council, pay attention to this city. This city has led the nation in schools, it's led the nation, even in this county. You know, if all of us are on boards and commissions in this county, Orange County Sanitation District, Orange County Transportation Authority, Orange County Fire Authority, we sat back and said, you know what, we're just too small, let's let Anaheim run everything. That's not what we do. We are the chairman of the board of these organizations, and you know why we do that? Because we are Los Alamitos, and we sit back and we make a determination what we're going to do. As a mayor of this city, I would ask every mayor of all cities of California to at least take on the issue. Yeah. Look, tonight we gave you guys a fair hearing. We were respectful. We listened to every word you said. Thank you. And you know what? Thank you. It's a tough one. And you know, for people that brought their kids and they got hurt, look, this is activism. This is what happens. This is you are playing with the real stuff right here. You know, some of us are on board. Some of us are on commissions. People are calling the boards that we're a part of and saying that we should not be a part of their board anymore.
Wow.
These are the types of things that happen. But you know what? This is hardball. You know, and again, as the mayor of Los Alamitos, we are not a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
What I say is that, you know, we believe in the supremacy clause. There's no doubt that Jeff Sessions will adjudicate this at a higher level. I respect the only lawyer that's up here, which is Councilmember Paterko, and his comments, and I'm sure from a legal basis, you know, that's what his opinion can be. I would also say another avenue to, I would call it belt and suspenders. I would recommend that we pass this ordinance for whatever determination it would go.
Yes.
I would also say that we potentially consider filing an amicus brief or referring to the court, Jeff Sessions, to add that there is cities in California that do not believe that the state is going in the right direction.
Yeah! Yeah!
And we asked the Mayor Pro Tem Kusamoto if he would open up this and allow me to add an addendum to this order that would basically say that, and we would also direct staff to file an amicus brief on behalf of Los Alamitos in this federal issue.
Yes!
I would be delighted to put that amendment.
And I'll second that since I was the second before. Again, guys, we really appreciate everybody being here. We're going to take this to a straight up down vote. I would just ask my colleagues and I would pray for this community that, you know, sometimes things are bigger than what we are. And for the constituents that are out there that you feel that this does not represent you, you know, for that, you know, that being on the city council is the hardest job. We are in the retail politics business. When I get out of here tomorrow at Vaughn's, I will hear how bad I don't have to wait for a poll. I don't have to go to church. I don't have to do, I know exactly where I stand. And you know what? I've lasted 12 years. And I think, you know, I've heard other council members, you know, another barometer as a community that you have to think about. I've got council members coming up here that was a little bit of a battle zone. That I honestly, I'm surprised. You know, we finally found something that we can have kindred spirit on. Mayor Pro Tem Kusamoto, you know what? I admire your courage. I really appreciate.
Me too. Yeah. Yes.
On behalf of the city council, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to call for the question. All in favor of basically supporting this, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, but it passes 4-1.
Yeah! 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 How about that, Nowie? How about that? Pack up your crap.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll be back.
Oh my God. Yeah! Yeah! Ow! Oh my God. Finally, we're getting some lawful order coming back here. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. Thank you. I know this was hard, but thank you for doing it.
Boom! A big fucking boom!
Are you ready to cry? Cry?
California still takes Jersey
You need to get a job.
California, it's all about patriotism, brother.
Smile. Smile.
What will Mexico do? Tell me. What will Mexico do? I'm only vendido to pendejos like you, bro. Only pendejos like you, bro.
Smile.
Because I'm not a vendido to America. That's right.
Oh my God, am I dreaming? Oh, this is actually happening. Oh my God. Finally. So you know what you need to do. So only 4-1. It was 4-1. He voted for it. He voted for it. So that means every one of you, we need to go to our cities and start doing this. We need to go to Torrance, to Upland, to Redondo Beach. We need to USA! 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 Make California great again! Yeah! Yeah! 4-1. 4-1. He voted for it. He voted for it. He was a little worried, but the addendum is what made the difference for Murphy. That they'll file a federal suit too. Oh my God!
Should we just chant Mayor Pro Tem because he's the one that brought it?
Mayor Pro Tem! Mayor Pro Tem! Mayor Pro Tem! Thank you! Mayor Pro Tem! Thank you so. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's fine.
No, we appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. That's fine. All right, no problem. Wow, that's fine. Oh my God, this is incredible.
This is absolutely.
This is the shot heard around the world for us again. We are here. We just made history here. Oh my God.
We're going to follow the Constitution. We are not going to follow state law where California, Governor Brown, De Leon, and Becerro sold us out, did not respect the rule of law, and was not following the
California is still sanctuary city. Come on. California is still sanctuary.
California's not a city, it's a state. Don't worry about this guy. We're making California great again.
California is still sanctuary city.
Don't worry about it. So here's the deal, folks. We finally have here the rule of law returns. This is like the shot around the world. If you guys are if you're so demanding for open borders, let them into your house. Do you have a door? Do you lock it? I asked you this in Irvine. You still didn't answer me. If you're so committed to open borders, then let them into your house. How dare you tear down our walls? We have a right to secure our borders. We have a right to protect our American citizens. I am beyond ecstatic. It's almost like a dream here. It's better than even the president winning the election. We're finally seeing the rule of law here. We wanted Trump to win, but we wanted this to happen, where the rule of law would be restored, where we would see these illegals and these arrogant politicians being stood up to. We stood up to them. It's not just an election being won, but we're seeing the rule of law being restored. We're not going to just start here. We're going to go to my city in Torrance. We're going to go to Palos Verdes. We will go to Redondo Beach. We will go to every major city we can and say, we have a precedent now. We will stop the sanctuary state nonsense. We will reaffirm our Constitution and the rule of law. We will put Americans first and ensure the sanctity and sovereignty of our country. And it starts right here. How about that? Arthur Schaper. Spell it A-R-T-H-U-R, last name S-C-H-A-P-E-R.
We have been fighting the good fight for so long, and to have a California city, the whole nation has pretty much given up on California. Well, now you see.
God, I can't believe this.
We have been fighting this fight, and California, one city in California, it is the light, it is the shot around the world to say, we are now turning that tide. Thank you, Jeff Sessions, for being here, for exposing the crazy, unconstitutional.
What happened here tonight?
So what happened here tonight was there was an ordinance that was on the books that basically said we will no longer support the state, the values, whatever it was called, a fake name.
He doesn't have a job.
How do you know I don't have a job?
He doesn't even have a job himself. He lives with his mom. He still lives with his mom.
He doesn't have a job. They share their opinions to tell people how they felt. And I'm telling you, the pro-Trumpers, the American First people came out in droves.
You want to put that on?
We came out in droves. We came out to show the love for our country, the love for our president, the love for people like this. These board members that said, you know what, we took an oath, and every one of these cities in California, take note, because you all took an oath. You all have a constitution that is the rule of law.
My God, we finally got something moving here.
And the vote was, they all had their opinions, and they all basically said what they thought, but every one of them came back, well, I should say 4 out of 5, came back and they said, we don't support sanctuary city, we do believe in the rule of law, and we have a constitution that we took an oath to uphold. And for the first time, this board said, we are no longer a sanctuary city.
No sanctuary state. Deport all illegals and have now we build the wall.
G-E-N-E-B, Peters. He is in Paul, E-T-E-R-S. Thank you.
Hey, did you know that Israel has a wall? Israel has 2 walls, buddy. Why do you have a problem with walls? Oh my God, it's because you're brown.
I'm not about
this. Isn't something? Oh my God, we're not done yet. We start here, we go to Torrance, we go to Upland, we go to West Covina. Group photo! I got my banner, hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. How about that, buddy? It starts here, goes elsewhere. Mandatory group photo. Let's go. And I've got my banners. See ya. Hold on. Hold on for a sec.
Yeah. You know, Arthur, I had to give a speech because I'm taking out of the...
And you were here for it. Yeah. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. It's the other way around. Right here, folks. How about, let's go down. Over here.
Okay, right here. Okay, you're short. You gotta come.
Right over here, folks. Down. Go on your knees.
Okay, who's taking it?
Robin's taking it. Yeah, we exist, buddy.
We are a nation of laws.
Nation of laws, not of men. Keep it down.
Well,
So they can see
They
you.
will deport. Mexico deports other illegals.
USA! 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 Here it is, Noe. There you go, buddy. Oh, he has a problem with the American flag, too.
The city needs to get on with their business.
Okay, we need to go. Okay, we did it. This is just the beginning. Bye, soy boy. Yep. The domino falls here. It started here, just like with the Soviet Union, when those nations started to topple. This is communistic. What this country was, the state was doing to us. Where do you want to go? Okay.
Ask the officer.
Robin here, but do you want to meet the
I gotta get home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just go home. Okay. Let's hit it. Yeah, just the two of us.
How far away are you?
Oh, we're like in the parking lot.
Okay, so we go with these two guys.
Yeah. We need to be protected because some of these heifers here can't keep their hands to themselves.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, heifers. Bye, heifers. You lost, heifers. You guys are done. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, heifers. How does defeat feel? Do something with that flashlight, lady.
No more ocelot.
There ain't no dream. This is stolen land and we're taking it back. Wow, what a bunch of losers.
Yeah, losers. I really think it out.
Okay, folks, it's gotten dark. I'm gonna have to turn out.